Pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act, adequate public notice has been given by the Secretary of the Evesham Township Board of Education in the following manner: posting written notice on the official bulletin board of the Board of Education office, emailing written notice confirming the amount of times of the very post, and filing written notice with the municipal clerk of the Evesham Township. Mr. Gates, can you roll call, please?
Roll call, Mr. Brown is notified absence. Mr. Mellis.
Here.
Mr. Marson.
Here.
Ms. Fox. Fox is absent. Mrs. Knoll. Mrs. Knoll is absent. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Nealon. Here. Mr. Bach.
Here.
And Mr. Conklin.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. Whereas an NJSA 10-4-12 allows for a public body to go into closed session during a public meeting, and whereas the Board of Education is deemed it necessary to go into closed session to discuss certain matters which are exempted from the public, and whereas the regular meeting of the Board of Education will reconvene following the end of closed session at approximately 7:30 p.m. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education will go into closed sessions to discuss the following reasons as outlined in NJSA 10-4-12. Items 2.3 through 2.4, do we have a motion to enter executive session? Motion by Mr. Thompson, seconded by Mr. Marcy. Mr. Gates, roll call, please.
Roll call in executive session, Ms. Mellis.
Yes.
Mr. Marson.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Nealon.
Yes.
Mr. Bach.
Yes.
Mr. Conklin.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. We'll see you back at approximately 7:30 p.m. Would all those who are able please rise for the pledge? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mrs. Butramowitz is going to read our mission statement tonight.
The mission of the Evesham Township School District is to promote excellence in an environment that engages students in meaningful learning experiences. In partnership with students, dedicated staff, families, and community, the district provides a strong educational foundation that will empower our students to achieve their unique potential, embrace self-directed lifelong learning, develop the skills necessary for appropriate risk-taking and responsible decision-making, respect themselves and others, problem solve individually and collaboratively, and become contributing members of a diverse global society.
Thank you, Mrs. Butramowitz. A note on the board personnel tonight. Board member Jaron Brown is in attendance. He has been called up and is currently serving our country. As such, we have allowed him to join this meeting remotely. He can see everything that's taking place, as well as he will be voting tonight. But just to note that Jaron Brown is in attendance tonight. Right now, we need a motion to move up item 15 to the top of the meeting. What we're going to do here is we are striking our second public comment for any items of interest and moving it to the beginning of the meeting to allow everybody to talk on any items of interest at the top of the meeting. So motion to strike item 15 to the top of the meeting. Motion by Mr. Thompson, seconded by Mr. DeMarcy. Any questions or comments from the board?
I just want to real quick make clear that we'll be doing, so the way we're going to do it is we're going to do the recognitions. As you can see, we have a lot of students here today, so we're going to do the recognitions, we're going to do any presentations, then we'll do the public comment on all topics. It's just going to be one public comment, and then once the public comment's done, it's when the action items will happen. So. That's the set. Normally we split public comment. First of all, there's not going to be yelling and asking questions, but item 15 is the second public comment that normally we split it into public comments on agenda items only and public comment on all items, but we're just going to do the one at the beginning of the meeting. So.
Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, Mr. Yates, roll call, please.
Roll call on moving public comment to any topics of interest. Public comment 1. Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Ms. Butramowitz.
Yes.
Mr. DeMarcy.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
Mrs. Knoll.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Peelman.
Yes.
Mr. Bach.
Yes.
And Mr. Compton.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. I'll hand the floor over to Dr. Smith now for recognitions.
Some entertainment from our Willy Wonka Jr. group. They want to come on up. We'll do the recognitions afterwards, but first, just enjoy.
Take their papers. I know you had certificates for them. A bunch
Yeah.
of the kids are not here,
Oh,
so
okay.
instead of calling them out for not being here, the parents kind of wanted us to just
Oh, okay.
take them all. And give them.
All right, all right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right.
Thank you
That's
so
a lot.
much.
That's a lot. Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
we're
Oh my
gonna
gosh, that's
distribute
so
them as
awesome.
well.
Okay. That was so fantastic. Can we give him one more round of applause? So normally we hand out certificates with as many kids as there are. The staff in our theater program have taken the certificates and they're going to pass them out to the kids later. So just their names are in the agenda tonight. And it's just been amazing to watch the theater program at DeMacy grow each year. We will also here at MMS, the theater program is fantastic, and we will in May, at our May 22nd meeting, we plan to do something similar for Marlton Middle Theater. So if you're a Mustang family member out there, please make sure you come back for that. And want to give a shout out as well to Ms. Green for the idea to recognize the DeMacy Theater program. That was wonderful. So thank you, everybody. We're going to move on to presentations now. Families who are here for the presentation, for the theater presentation, are welcome to stay. If you'd like to leave, you're welcome to leave. We have a full agenda ahead of us tonight, starting with our tentative budget presentation for 25-26. Thank you, sir. All right. So we are going to talk about the 25-26 budget. This is the third public presentation on the budget. We presented it at the end of January, at the end of February, and now tonight. There have been updates each time. We always start with what our goals are with any budget, and obviously to maximize the effectiveness of what we do for children with ever dwindling resources, right? And we know from this context, which we've talked about many points over the years, that is a very dismal context that we have. Over 7 million lost in state aid since the first year of S2, rising costs, our budgetary cost per pupil being over $3,500 less than the state average, which factors out to when you multiply that by our enrollment, is over $16 million less in our budget than if we had an average budget. Creates tremendous stresses and pressures on a district to be able to continue to maintain when you have less to do so with. Update since our February 27th presentation. So we discussed at the last presentation that we would be taking the full enrollment adjustment. That's over 2.3 million. We said at that time, more would be conveyed in terms of what we were going to do with that. So that is the update. We are going to use that money to maintain these positions which were previously identified for reduction. They were identified as such in the prior presentations. That would be one music teacher position, one tier 3 teacher position, 2 elementary Spanish teacher positions, 3 reading recovery intervention teacher positions, 1 librarian position, 1 counselor position, 1 related arts teacher position, and 4 teaching assistant positions. In terms of taxes, the difference between taking the enrollment adjustment and not taking it works out to a little over $12 a month for the average assessed home in Evesham. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Yates.
All right, good evening, everybody, and welcome back. So if you have not already done so, I would just urge everyone to take a look at our January, February board meetings that are available on YouTube. At that time, we started our budget discussions. And in January, we talked about where we are and how we got here. And during that meeting, we spoke about Evesham being an S2 district. So what that means for us is back in 2018, when the state revised the School Funding Reform Act, Evesham Township Schools was slated to receive about $7 million in an annual state aid reduction. They were going to take that over the course of 7 years. We're now in year 8. So that means for us, annually we see $7 million, or a little over 50% reduced from our state funding from what it was pre-2018. Over the course of that same timeline, we have absorbed over $38 million in cumulative total reductions. And each year that we pass a budget where our state aid is not restored to its levels pre-2018, we will continue to absorb $7 million roughly in additional funding reductions. At our February meeting, we talked about our revenues, and we talked specifically about our limited ability to generate revenue sources. For us, our single largest revenue source is tax levy. We're going to talk about that tonight. But at that meeting, we also talked about the competing pressures that our budget faces every year. A limited ability to increase our revenues, and an increase on we see an increase of our expenditures each year that outpace our revenues, putting us in a position where we have to each year face a structural budgetary deficit, and we have a need for cost-cutting measures. All right, so I wanted to include this slide again. This is a slide that I had at the February presentation. A lot of questions have come up about the additional authority that our district or township has provided in tax levy. So you'll remember back in 2023, we approved a budget of $66,141,071. That is the number in the far left column. In November of that year, the voters of Evesham Township approved additional authority for our district to provide full-day kindergarten and mental health services for students. That was an amount of $2,090,000. That increased our tax levy in that very same year, increasing our tax base from $66 million to $68,231,071. That's the number in gray above the second column where it says 2023-24 revised. That number, the $68,231,000 number, is what we used that we can use as our tax base to increase by 2% in the subsequent year's budget. So $68 million at 2%. Last year when we were developing our budget at this time, we believed we only had tax levy that would amount to $69,595,692. However, during that budget season, per Public Law 2024, Chapter 13, districts like Evesham were allowed additional authority to increase their tax levy. The board chose to take an additional $1,296,391, increasing our tax base that year to $70,892,083. That's the amount of money that is funding or supporting our budget for this current year from the taxpayers. That number, inflated by 2%, we arrive at the number in the 25-26 column, second from the right. That is the current year base tax levy inflated by 2%. This year, we are also given additional authority with an enrollment adjustment to increase on top of our 2% by $2,336,320. You can see that in the far right column. And that's how we arrive at our total tax levy for the 25-26 proposed budget of $74,692,971. So this chart, I put it in here twice just because I wanted everybody to clearly see where the additional authority is. It didn't go anywhere. It's currently just available in our tax base. All right, so I also had this slide available at the February presentation. I just wanted to show it again because in February we talked about the structural budgetary deficit that our district faces each year. And you can see in the column on the left, this is our revenues, $85,589,998. What we told you at that time was we can most accurately predict our revenues. It's the number we're fairly certain about each year. We know what our state aid is going to be when they provide it to us. We know what our tax levy is going to be, inflated by 2% with few exceptions. We are able to most accurately predict our miscellaneous revenues. We know what our other state funding is going to be. So the number in the far left column is all the amount of money that we have to spend. We cannot spend a penny more. On the right, in February, we talked about when we estimate our expenditures next year, if we take everything that we have today and we add an increase to it, what do we anticipate that we need to spend next year? That number for us is the $89 million number, or let's call it $90 million. We also said at that time, we must produce a balanced budget. So this board and the administration have the legal responsibility for producing a balanced budget. That means our expenditures must equal our revenues, not the other way around. So it was the job of the board and the administration to take the $90 million and to fit it into the $86 million. You cannot spend $90 million when all you have is $86 million. All right, so let's talk about where we are today. Our revenues changed slightly, some things to highlight, but this is what we are asking the board to approve as our preliminary or our tentative budget this evening. We have a total revenue number of $85,663,476. Our tax levy, as we highlighted, is the $74,692,971. This is our largest number. It makes up over 87% of our total budget. We are withdrawing $400,000 from our fund balance. We're not going to go through line by line. We did that at our February meeting. But you can see our state aid numbers and our miscellaneous local revenues. The only number that changed from the February meeting, we do pick up some tuition revenue from local school districts who send their children here to Evesham schools. So we picked up $58,077 there, arriving at our total preliminary revenue number at the bottom. Again, this is all we have to spend next year. Cannot spend a penny more. All right, so I wanted to show year over. So on this slide, you'll see our final 24-25 budget in the left column there with $88,069,388 in total revenues compared to our preliminary numbers for 25-26. Our revenues are down about $2.4 million. Total revenues, some things to attribute to that are, you can see that our tax levy went up by $3.8 million inclusive of the enrollment adjustment, but our budgeted fund balance, this would also include our excess surplus. Per the audit from 23-24, we arrived at $0 in excess surplus. So last year we had over $3 million and we withdrew about $1.5 million from fund balance. This year we don't have that money available to us, so you will see that our budgeted fund balance is down substantially, over $4.1 million. State aid was up slightly, although we did see some reductions in categories like semi revenue was down almost $200,000. And our miscellaneous local revenue is down, and that's attributable to us no longer being able to collect full-day pre-K tuition in our miscellaneous revenues number. That's now in our tax levy number. And then just going down, we are not withdrawing reserves to the same level that we did last year. Last year we withdrew a significant amount of money from reserves. This year we're only withdrawing $283,000, and that number has to be included as our revenue. All right, so let's look at our preliminary appropriations for 25-26. Again, I won't go line by line, but as you can see, staffing is our largest number, making up 58% of our budget, or almost $50 million. Look at this number and think, this is for all of our salaries, so this isn't for the salaries of our teachers or our support staff, but this is going to be for the salaries of your administration, of your custodial staff, your maintenance staff, and our substitutes, paraprofessionals, clerk, typists, anybody who works in the main offices. This is all of the salaries of the district, and it's about $50 million for us, or 58%. The associated benefits that we have to provide for those very same staff members would be things like our medical, prescription, dental coverage, Social Security taxes. We have workers' comp and other employee benefits make up an additional, let's say, 18%, or over $15.1 million. You can think of it this way: for every $1 we collect and spend, 76 cents of every dollar goes towards salaries and associated benefits. So before we've even begun talking about educating children in classrooms, 76 cents of every dollar is accounted for. And then we have to take into our other obligations that we're legally obligated to provide, things like the PERS obligation. So our employees who qualify for the PERS pension, the school district has to make a contribution on their behalf towards the pension. So that's an additional 2%. We have to ensure our facilities against risk and loss. That's an additional percentage. We have other district costs that we have to account for: legal fees, debt reduction, so paying down our leases. We also have debt that we have to pay back to the ECC and the TBA. The Teddy Bear Academy ran a net loss. The board, or the general fund, is responsible for covering that loss. We have to account for that here in other district costs. We have to account for postage and supplies, necessary supplies, not erroneous supplies. And then we have our school resource officers. We fund a portion of the school resource officer that is in every school building that is accounted for here. That's an additional almost 3%. We have to educate our children. We want to provide a robust curriculum for them. We want to provide updated technology. That's an additional 2%. Special education costs are an additional 7%. This would be educating the associated costs with educating children with IEPs. This is also inclusive of placing students out of district and the associated tuition-related expenses. That's an additional 7%. Operations and transportation, almost 10%. So we have to operate our facilities. This would be where some of our utility costs are located. We have to maintain our facilities. This is where we budget for the required maintenance of school facilities. We have to transport our students. Those numbers are going to be here. So anybody's keeping math, if you were to total all of this up, you look at elementary and middle schools, which is 0.41%, and clubs and activities an additional 0.12%. 50 cents of every dollar is our discretionary spend. So 99.5%, or 99.5 cents of every dollar that we collect and spend is already accounted for in obligations. 50 cents is our discretionary spend of every dollar. 50 cents of every $100. And then, so capital projects, just to highlight what that is for the board and for the public, we're withdrawing $283,000 of capital reserve for identified capital projects. The township has come to us, identified 2 capital projects that we are required to fund, one of which is the sewer ejector pump station located at the campus of MES and MMS. Think of this like all of the waste that leaves MMS, so this building and MES, goes to the sewer ejector pump station. It's then pumped to the main so it can be treated by the municipality. That station is on end of life, requires replacement. We also have the fuel pump station, all of our fleet goes and refuels its vehicles at the municipality. We are responsible for a portion of that expense. So that's capital projects. It's just the two, totaling $283,000. And then looking at our expenses year over, you'll see where we had some increases and decreases. Staffing salaries, we saw a decrease in staffing salaries there as proposed by the cuts from the administration. Our salaries are going to go down about $3.8 million. Our district benefits, we saw a significant increase in district benefits, although you're not seeing it reflected here. This is for a couple reasons. One is we're essentially flat in this. This is because we were able to take roughly, or count for roughly over $900,000 attributable to personnel who work now in the preschool education program. Those expenses have come out of our district expenses for benefits. And additionally, when we reduce staff, we also reduce our benefit costs. So we really didn't see a significant increase in benefits year over. We did see an increase in benefits just in the cost of benefits themselves. The $200,000 is that is the exact amount of money, $200,000 even, that we're contributing to from the general fund to clear the debt in the ECC and the TBA. Let's see what else on here would be important. We see a reduction in clubs and activities, a reduction in capital projects as we discussed before, and then we are seeing significant increases in the tuition-related expenses for out-of-district placements. It doesn't matter if we were to maintain the same number of children out of district, just the cost of doing business to send them out of district increases substantially year to year. And then some notable increases. So our salaries went up roughly $1.7 million. You're going to say, wait a minute, you said it went down 3.8. Just the salaries that we're keeping, the $50 million, we have to account for the increases associated with that. That for us is roughly $1.7 million. Our benefits increased by 1.1. So something to note about benefits. We are in the state health benefit plan. The state plan renews its benefits in January. They don't provide us our rates until the summertime. So we don't know right now what the state health renewal is going to be. I can tell you this current year it renewed over 14%. 2 years ago it renewed over 23%. We've seen years where it hasn't renewed, and we've seen single-digit renewals from the state. So we have to account for 6 months of an unknown renewal in our benefit costs when we're budgeting. Then we also have to account for plan changes. So we might have a staff member who's single and gets married and qualifies for a husband-wife plan. That's more expensive. Or conversely, a husband-wife plan, give birth, and now they qualify for a family plan. We have to account for those plan changes, which are largely unpredictable to us. We also have our tuition-related expenses for out-of-district placements. We talked about that. At our January meeting, we went in pretty extensively on the expected utility costs and electricity that all of us in New Jersey are going to experience. In your July bill, you'll see a 20 to 30% increase. This is due to the fact that there's a decreased supply, there's increased demand, and there's a higher cost of delivery of electric service. So we are accounting for us, that's about $230,000 in electricity alone. We talked about the ECC and TBA deficit. Our net position there is we are at a loss of $888,000. It must be cleared. We worked out a plan with our auditor. We plan to clear this over a 4 to 5 year schedule. This year, we're making a contribution of $200,000 to clear that net position. Again, we have to insure our facilities against risk and loss. That was an increase for us of almost 10% or $90,000. And then there's other required costs that we face each year. These costs would be things like, right now we're carrying an extra administrator salary for an indefinite period of time. We don't know when that salary is going to come off the books. We have legal judgments, known and unknown, that we have to plan for in our budget. Prior year tuition adjustments to our out-of-district placements, we talked about this in January as well, where we send schools out of district in the middle of the year can increase their rates by up to 10% if the prior year costs exceed a certain threshold. When we have one-on-one placements at special services, and that one-on-one fails to show up to work for the day, and special services has to place a one-on-one on our behalf, we get billed for that service. And then we have seen, since post-COVID, a massive increase in our substitute costs. Conversely, we also have some notable cost efficiencies. We're always striving to find cost efficiencies in our budget in whatever way that we can. One of the largest cost efficiencies that we find is through the use of shared services. So we participate in the Lenape Trash Collection Consortium. It's where all the Lenape regional districts, we go out and secure trash collection services together, and that provides those services at a reduced cost to us. We provide in-house PD and reading recovery. We do participate in the federal E-rate program for internet services, which provides us some money and some discounts on internet access for students. And we do share a cost of the school resource officers. The township pays about half, we pay the other half. The PERS contribution, because we see some of our more seniored staff retiring or vacating positions, we do see a reduction in the PERS contribution. We don't just budget those things flat. We try to anticipate who left, count for them, reduce our total contribution. We are always striving to become more efficient and cost effective. So in several of our software conversions, we are going to realize an annual savings of about $43,000. It's big for us. We will always look for the elimination of unnecessary contracts. And then the EEF is always supporting us, greatly appreciated. They provide $35,000 annually towards middle school counseling services. And we also share professional services, so specialized teachers, things like teachers of the deaf. If we have neighboring districts who need these services and we can provide them within our schedule, we do receive some revenue for providing those services or sharing those services with neighboring districts. And then, of course, donated services and funds. This fluctuates yearly for us, so it's hard to put a dollar value on that. But things like what the PTA is consistently providing for us year after year, in each building, it's greatly appreciated, and they always come through. And then private source donations of time. And a good example of this would be the donation of, let's call the rehab of our middle school softball and baseball fields by Tuckahoe Turf Farms that just took place over the past couple weeks. And that's David Betts, not David Bach. I want to correct what I said at the February meeting, but that much appreciated David Betts and Tuckahoe Turf Farms. But that would be a good example of the donated services and funds that our district always finds cost efficiencies by working with these vendors and through the PTA. And that is it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. So this slide, we've talked about this. This is now the third presentation. It only gets harder to talk about these steps. It is, when we look at the reductions we're talking about tonight, a number that I don't know if was mentioned in a prior presentation, but it bears saying, just to try to give all of us a sense of the scale. But in total, we're talking about a reduction of 83 positions, which is about 10% of our entire staff. And that is a monumental number. That is very saddening and is part of why we began talking about this 2 months ago, hoping people would hear, hoping people would hear. We want people to understand in a positive way. It's reflected in the turnout tonight. Thank you everyone for coming, and for those who are tuning in at home. I'm going to talk through each of these steps, not in as much depth as in January, but just for anyone who is maybe watching or here for the first time tonight. Number one, outsourcing our transportation department, an estimated savings of $800,000. Reducing transportation burden. That involves basically looking to increase walking zones. We've done that every year for about the past 4 years. That is patient work that we do in collaboration with the township. So that's a number that's not entirely up to us, but that's what we hope. That's what we're aiming for. Number three, middle school 6th class in place of team time. So essentially that's, as any district in our situation has to do, we are having to find efficiencies. So, for example, a teacher, currently a middle school core content teacher, if you have 6 teachers teaching 5 classes each, that's 30 sections. By replacing team time / independent study / duty with the 6th class, now you have 5 teachers teaching 6 classes, which makes 30 sections. That's the efficiency. And it's incredibly saddening, but it achieves $900,000 in savings. It also makes possible the second step there underneath it, which is middle school class size increase. Again, another efficiency. If you have 10 teachers teaching class sizes of 24, 240 kids in a grade. If you increase that class size to 30, now you have 8 teachers teaching class sizes of 30. That's 240 kids in a grade. That is not where any of us want to be, and I understand people should be upset. I am upset. So let's move on to the next piece here. Elementary class size increase, 640,000. Everyone will have a time to talk during public comment, but please, out of respect.
Please stop the back and forth. Let him finish the presentation, and then everyone is going to get a chance to speak.
Yes. Elementary class size increase. All right, so we heard that, and I agree. It seems almost like this has to be a waking nightmare, right? Because we've been here talking about cuts every spring since before 2020, but every spring I've been here. And well, so I in my heart, and again, you look at these cuts and you think that can't be true, but I'm very sad. I'm very sad. But I have to get through this because you need to hear this. And if you have heard it before, I'm sorry you haven't heard it again, but there's a lot of people in this room who haven't been here before. And we all need to understand this story. So, okay, all right. Elementary class size increases, 8 positions. We're going to phase out paraprofessional health benefits on December 31st. Maintaining for those with 20 or more years of service. Elementary extracurriculars eliminated. We will continue to try to explore a cost-neutral approach for that, but again, we can't guarantee that, but we absolutely are going to continue to talk about it, and we want to make it happen. Use up the shift dividend. These are the total numbers. Okay, that's the damage. It's maddening. Okay, 83 positions, 10%. Now on to questions.
This meeting will now be open to the public, referencing agenda items only. However, if your questions or comments pertain...
Everyone, please be quiet. The president is speaking. The president is... All right.
Casey, it's fine.
What? Okay, everybody, obviously, there's a lot of people that have been here before. Everyone will have 3 minutes to speak. The timer is up there. Please do not yell out. I understand everyone has something to say. The board wants to hear, but you are here to address the board for public comment. It's not a back and forth. So please be respectful to each other and to the board. You will have your 3 minutes. And obviously, one person speak at a time. Face the board. Once the timer goes off, please wrap it up. And I would just, I don't know, never mind. Okay, so we're gonna start now. State your name and either your residence, or I know a lot of you are just are teachers or students, so just say what you do, okay? If you don't live in town, you can just state, your relationship to the district. I am sorry, I just saying that if you don't want to say where you live, you can say that you're a teacher. I was saying that if you just want to say that you are a teacher or that you are a parent, you can also just say that. Okay. All right. We can start. Go ahead.
My name is Marisa DiTori. As the secretary for the ETEA, I present this vote of no confidence in Superintendent Dr. Justin Smith on behalf of the ETEA. The leadership of Dr. Smith has demonstrated a persistent lack of transparency in decision-making processes, failing to provide clear and timely communication. Dr. Smith has systematically dismantled a once thriving school district, leading to a decline in educational quality, staff morale, and community trust. The administration has repeatedly failed to engage with key stakeholders, thereby neglecting the principles of open governance and accountability. Dr. Smith has not included stakeholders in the decision-making process, disregarding the voices of those directly impacted by his policies and actions. Dr. Smith has employed divisive tactics, pitting employees against each other, fostering a toxic work environment. His leadership has exhibited an ongoing inability to effectively communicate policies, changes, and district initiatives, leading to confusion, frustration, and a loss of trust among all stakeholders. The skills necessary to successfully manage the complex operations of a school district, including financial stewardship, strategic planning, and responsiveness to community needs, have not been sufficiently demonstrated. The failure to provide adequate leadership has had a detrimental impact on the morale of educators and staff, the quality of education provided to students, and the overall functioning of the district. Be it resolved that we formally issue this vote of no confidence in the leadership of Superintendent Dr. Justin Smith. Out of 576 eligible voters, 494 cast a ballot. Of those votes, 478, 97%, expressed no confidence in Dr. Smith's leadership. Therefore, we call for immediate remedial actions, including, but not limited to, resignation or appropriate measures to restore confidence, accountability, and transparency within the district. Thank you. Members of the Evesham Township Education Association.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Miller. Everyone calls me Ellie. I live in Ravenscliff. I am a 6th grader at DeMacy Middle School, and I attended Van Zant Elementary. I am a Tier 3 student who plays both flute and violin. I am very sad and concerned about the proposed changes to Evesham Public Schools. Increasing class sizes due to the elimination of teaching positions will greatly impact a teacher's ability to help all students. Teachers will also need to be moved around and teach classes they do not ordinarily teach. This will heavily impact the level of education we receive. Additionally, both the Tier 3 and music programs offered at Evesham have greatly impacted me as a student and a person. Today, I played at Rowan University with the DeMacy Band. It was a great experience. My goals in life is to become a lawyer and then eventually become president. I am now worried about how these changes will impact my education and my ability to get into the colleges that would make my dream a reality. I have a younger sister in 3rd grade. She is also in the Tier 3 program and plays the cello. She participates in Little Feet, Yoga Club, and Science Club. She loves attending her after-school clubs. Next year, she was hoping to start playing the trumpet and attend even more after-school clubs. These programs may no longer exist for her. I am sad and concerned that my younger sister will miss out on these experiences. I understand that budget cuts happened at the state level, but please understand the damage and the long-term implications of the decisions that you are making. Thank you for the time. I hope you are having a good evening.
Hi, my name is Quinn Johnson, and I live in Westbury Chase. I'm a student at DeMacy Middle in 6th grade in Red Hall. There are a lot of things that you have talked about that I don't agree with, especially increasing class sizes, taking away independent study, and renting Green Hall out to Yale. First, there is no way that classes will be able to get anything done with 35 kids in a room. My teachers already have a hard enough time teaching classes at the sizes they are already. If you increase class sizes, you'll be asking for complete chaos and for no one to learn anything. Secondly, you can't take away independent study. Independent study is a time for kids to get work done and for teachers to help kids and plan for their lessons. This is also the time that Tier 3 meets. Independent study only happens once a week. Taking away independent study will force kids to rush through their work. Many kids in DeMacy do sports or extracurriculars, so they won't have time to make up work at home. Teachers also have kids make up tests during independent study. If you take away independent study, then you are setting all kids and teachers up for failure. Lastly, you cannot, under any circumstances, rent 6th grade Green Hall out to Yale. DeMacy already has too many 6th graders in its classrooms currently. I know this because I see it every single day. If you rent Green Hall out to 6th grade, then you are taking away the space that 6th graders and teachers in DeMacy desperately need. In 6th grade, the 6th graders in Green Hall won't have anywhere to go. So how do you expect them to learn? Also, classroom sizes will be way over 35 students. If you rent out 6th grade, if you do this, then you are denying all 6th graders the proper education that they need. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, my name is Caitlin DeFeo. I live in Westbury Chase, and I am a 6th grader at DeMacy. We should not increase class sizes because of the following. Individual attention to students. If there are more students, it is harder for the teachers to give a good amount of attention to all of the students in the class. The greater number of students leaves less time to help each student. Number 2, why not to remove halls? It would be harder to get to the next class constantly having to go back and forth between halls. It becomes even harder if more students are added to already crowded hallways. Number 3, why independent study is beneficial. It is helpful to students who have fallen behind due to an illness or some other reason to catch up on lessons or quizzes. It also is time that we have to get personal help from teachers. Finally, why not to eliminate clubs in school? They give kids time. It gives kids opportunities to make friends, build social skills, possibly get exercise, and keeps kids engaged in something other than electronics and getting into trouble. I also hope that the drama club does not get taken away because it was so much fun, gave me confidence, and allowed me to make new friends. I hope you consider all of my points while finalizing the budget. Thank you.
Justice, please.
Hi, good evening. I'm Gabby Tavares. I'm a fourth grade. Hi, good evening. I'm Gabby Tavares. I'm a fourth grade student at Van Zandt Elementary School. I live in Ravenscliff.
And I'm Olivia Lumbo, also a fourth grader that goes to Van Zandt Elementary School, and I also live in Ravenscliff.
We are here this evening to talk about the clubs being gone next year. When we found out that all the clubs in the district were going to be canceled next year, it was heartbreaking.
During clubs, students can get more skills that may not be taught in class, such as social skills, teamwork, and better focus in school.
According to child.voc.org, students who participate in clubs, sports, or other activities of regular classwork tend to have higher grades, better attendance, and improved attitudes toward learning.
And the second graders that will have a bigger amount of club opportunities next year in third grade, it wouldn't be fair to take them all away when some of the kids didn't even get a chance to try any clubs. Kids could discover new interests through trying out different clubs that could go into favorite hobbies or even towards a career.
In addition, clubs can be better to prepare elementary students for certain activities in middle school and in high school. For example, chorus, orchestra, and band help students learn the basics so they are ready to participate in middle school and high school level performances.
Thank you for your time, and we hope that you take our speech into consideration.
Have a good night.
Students, if you don't have to identify where you live. You guys are, kids, so if you just want to say what grade you're in, that's fine. Everyone has to be timed the same.
Hi, my name is Addison Langston, and I'm a 7th grader at DeMacy Middle School. In New Jersey, since the pandemic, there has been a significant decline in test scores. The elimination of independent study will eliminate the time that students use to study and stay organized and prevent them from getting the additional help that they need. The new ideas implemented by the board want to put 30 to 35 kids in one classroom. This is appalling because the occupancy for an average size classroom is 26 people. Confining 35 kids to a classroom is a safety hazard. Kids should not have to dislike the overcrowded, inconsiderate, and challenging learning environment that our school will become. Imagine having 35 kids in a classroom and what monumental effort it would take to get them to all listen at once. This won't be possible. Teachers are sculpting the future of the world. They should not be neglected. While the school administration claims to prioritize student needs, these changes indicate a concerning neglect of the vital role that teachers play in our education. The relationship between students and teachers is crucial for a positive learning environment. Kids should be able to feel safe when they go to school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You will mostly hear parents and teachers speak tonight, but the changes you're proposing affect the students just as much. Has anyone ever asked the students how they feel about these changes? Hello, my name is Evan Ball, and I'm currently a 7th grader at DeMacy Middle School. I'm here to give you my perspective as a student. I've had a great 2 years so far at DeMacy. If you go through with these changes, our school will run completely differently, which is not for the better. For example, getting rid of halls. Why would you want to get rid of something that organizes and positively impacts students and teachers socially and academically? It is very assuring to know that I have teachers who know each other and can collaborate to make sure that I'm the most successful learner I can be, and who are very close by so I can talk to them whenever I need anything. Knowing my locker is 10 steps away from my classroom and that I have enough time to get all of the materials I need is very comforting to know. Next year is my last year at DeMacy Middle School. I'm not only speaking for me and my grade, but on behalf of the hundreds of kids that will come behind me and won't get to experience the middle school model that has worked so well for me as a student. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Sloan Schweiger, and I'm currently a 7th grader at DeMacy Middle School. Since there will be a whole other school program in the building, more utilities will be used, which will end up costing way more money in the long run. Teachers should not have to teach subjects that they have little to no experience with. You can't just move teachers around like chess pieces. This is affecting real people. Combining halls would make it harder for everyone to get to class. Classes could be very far apart if the halls get taken away, which would cause way more students to be late for their classes, which matter. Also, firing one of the guidance counselors can turn into a problem for students that need to talk to them and let their feelings out. It would be more difficult to find the time to talk to a guidance counselor if there is only one for the entire school, which is crazy because there are hundreds of students. How can you say you are putting students first when you are putting teachers last? Thank you for listening.
Hello, I am Annalise Tierney. I'm speaking here today on behalf of DeMacy Middle School students. I'm going to address the changes that are being brought to our school. My main topics are going to be raising class sizes and saving independent study. After listening to the last meeting, I realized that increasing class sizes isn't right. There are many reasons why. Firstly, class sizes right now are 26 people per class. The maximum occupancy says 26 people per class. How is it safe for students and teachers to have around 35 kids in a class when the maximum occupancy clearly states 26 people? So how is adding more bodies in the classroom and not having the room get bigger safe for everyone? Secondly, one-on-one time. All kids benefit from one-on-one time with teachers. How is it going to be possible for teachers to meet with everyone and to actually recognize and help kids who are struggling and falling behind? You're setting up our younger generation for failure. My next topic will be independent study. So many students use independent study for different reasons. For example, last week I was absent for 4 days, and independent study really helped me get back on track, seeing as I missed 5 tests and had one coming up that week. Students also use independent studies for meeting with teachers when they're confused on questions or studying. That can also help with raising class sizes, seeing as they're going to need to meet with teachers because teachers can't meet with them during class. Taking independent study away is another thing you're doing to setting us up for failure. All these problems could be solved if we think about it and work together. For example, we know other schedules that can be designed that could save independent study. You have to be willing to compromise.
Hello, my name is Inmarie Kalacharian, and I'm a student in 7th grade at DeMacy Middle School. Our school's proposed changes, bigger class sizes, getting rid of independent study, cutting staff collaboration, and reducing staff could seriously harm our learning environment and student success. These changes that are based on budget cuts will likely create more problems than they solve. Increasing class sizes to 35 in classrooms meant for 26 will make it hard for both students and teachers. It will be difficult to give personal attention, and many students will feel frustrated and disengaged. A crowded classroom may also lead to more behavioral issues and interrupting the learning experience. Eliminating independent study is a big loss. This program helps struggling students, allows for makeup tests, and supports group projects. Most importantly, it provides important resources for students with special needs. Without this support, many students could fall behind, and those needing extra help would lose valuable assistance. Cutting out collaborations among students is not a smart move for effective teaching. Teachers need time to plan together, share ideas, and discuss the needs of their students. Without this teamwork, lessons may not connect well, making it harder to help each student succeed. Finally, reducing staff, including bus drivers, support staff, and teachers, will impact student safety and the quality of education. With fewer staff members, there will be fewer supervisors, larger classes, and more work for teachers, which can lead to burnout and less effective teaching. In conclusion, these changes will create a less supportive and productive learning environment. We might see lower student achievement, more discipline problems, and lower teacher morale. Our school should be a place where all students can succeed, but these changes would move us further away from that goal. We need to stand together for a school that truly supports every learner.
The definition of school is an institution for educating children, according to the Oxford Dictionary. But that is not what our school will be like if these changes occur due to the need for more money. Hello, I'm Natalie Rogers, a 7th grade Greenhall student. I will not lie. I'm scared for the social and academic future of our business. Sorry, I mean school. But it's hard to tell when teacher and students' pleas are being overlooked and pushed aside, and the greed for money drives all of these changes. Our teachers are the foundation of our school, and many of them have truly shaped me as a person. So listen to them when they say students' grades will go down if they're crammed like sardines into a classroom. Kids cannot walk all the way around the school to get from class to class. Pods are very crucial to learning. Independent study is necessary for children's education. We cannot have strangers strolling around our classrooms, and cutting teachers and bus drivers is not the solution. Listen to the cries of the people you claim to be helping. Where there is a will, there is a way. Please let us help you find it. This is not the answer.
Hello, I am Addison Locks and I'm from DeMacy Middle School. I would like to touch base on a couple of things that I'm not happy with, like the music program. I've played an instrument since 4th grade and I've personally loved it. My sister, who is also coming to DeMacy in 2 years, also really enjoys it. If you were to take this away, me and her would both be devastated. I also would like to talk about the expansion of classes. Classes are already big enough, especially gym. In gym class, there are up to 60 kids in a class, which is hard for the teachers to manage and for the students to manage as well. I will admit that students do not behave and are immature, and teachers trying to get them to listen is not working. Last thing I would like to mention in my little spiel is independent study. This is one of the most crucial parts of my week and helps me with catching up with schoolwork and asking help if I need it. I don't have time in class most of the time to ask for help if I really needed it, so independent study really helps me to connect with my teachers. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Julia Tavares. I'm a 7th grade Red Hall student at DeMacy Middle School. Tonight, I will be talking about the impact of enlarging classes and the dangers that could come with this. The room occupancy is no more than 26 students in a classroom. I know, there's signs in the classrooms that state this. We already are exceeding this limit. What will happen when you throw 5 or more extra kids in a classroom? Teachers will have an overflowing amount of papers to grade, questions to answer, and students to take care of. Even if there are 32 kids per class, in middle school, regular teachers have 5 periods to teach. I'll save you the math. 32 students times 5 periods equals 160 kids being taught. If there is an additional period, like you're planning, there will be 192 students a day. Can you imagine grading 192 tests, 192 homeworks? With that many kids, the stress levels in teachers will be sky high. Not only that, if teachers are being cut, that's more weight on the shoulders of the teachers who are not cut. What will happen when a teacher has to take care of 30-something students and the fire alarm goes off? I will repeat, the classroom occupancy specifically states no more than 26 students should be in a classroom. Since when has the safety of students and staff become a suggestion? Since when has the safety of students and staff not been the top priority? As a student in this district with one sister also in the district at Van Zandt Elementary School as a 4th grader and another entering next year, I fear for the safety of them and their peers. The safety that is supposed to be provided from the educators in classrooms, the parents in homes, and the board sitting in front of me. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maria Ibrahim from 7 Red DMS.
And I'm Emma Mann from 8 Red DMS. Even though I won't be at DeMacy School next year, I still care about the students, including my younger brothers, who'll be going to DeMacy Middle School after I graduate. Today, we want to talk about an important issue that affects our classrooms and our learning experience. Having just over 30 students in one classroom is a significant concern for us. It impacts our education and our safety.
First, let's consider how crowded classrooms can affect our learning. When there are so many students, it can become challenging for our teachers to give us the attention we need. We all learn differently, and in a large group, some of us may feel lost or struggle to keep up. This can make it tough to stay engaged and excited about learning.
Safety is another serious issue in case of an emergency, like a fire drill or a lockdown. Having too many students in one room makes it harder to evacuate quickly and safely. Everyone deserves a safe environment where they can focus on studies without worrying about their safety.
As a 7th grader, I understand how important it is to have a supportive learning environment. Addressing these concerns would allow us to connect better with our teachers, each other, and create a more positive school experience.
In conclusion, we believe it's essential for us to come together and address these challenges. Doing so will not only enhance education but also ensure safety.
Thank you for your attention.
Dear board members, I'm Saurus Deepak from DeBasey Middle School, and I'm in 7th grade Green Hall. The changes you're planning to make next year will change how students look at our school for generations after I leave, which is why I want to make sure that this school doesn't make any wrong decisions. The next idea that is being planned is increasing the number of children in class to 35, which is outrageous. The maximum capacity for each classroom is around 26, yet the board has tried to exceed it. Not only that, but how are students supposed to learn and ask questions when 34 other students are also willing to? How will the teachers get to each student and make sure that they understand the given lesson as well as grade the assignments for an increased amount of students? This puts pure stress on the students and the teachers. Another idea that is being brought up is stopping sports and musical activities. This is very depressing for the elementary students and middle schoolers who want to. Students who play instruments have the same feeling, since they put so much effort into learning the instrument just to be told that their musical activities would be gone. The school district has already taken FCS away from. We won't get to know our bus drivers like we're used to. And who knows if not having assigned bus drivers is dangerous in few ways, because we don't get to know our bus drivers like we're used to. And who knows if the bus driver we get are careful or reckless. Teachers being cut is also something that shouldn't happen, because the teachers have put so much effort into learning how to teach students throughout the years. But firing them could cause the teachers stress and confusion. All the things that were stated must not happen for the school to be the best that it can be. I have heard that the school district gained $2 million and can sell one of the administrative buildings. So I hope we can put that money to good use. These planned school district changes might ruin the reputation of how students, teachers, and parents will view our school. Thank you for taking the time to understand my concerns.
We were fixing the clock and the internet just went out for a second, so we were fixing that.
Hello, my name is Pushkar, and I'm a 7th grade student at DeMacy Middle School. You seem to put an emphasis on the quality of the education that is being taught in this district, but you are completely contradicting your words with the actions that you are taking. Students who are transitioning from elementary to middle school will have a very tough time adapting to the changes. On top of that, you are decreasing the number of teachers and increasing the number of students that will be in a class. This change will lead to kids not being able to properly grasp the material that they're being taught, as the teachers will not have enough time to get to each and every kid's questions, which will lead to a negative impact on the children's grades. While we're on the topic of class sizes, this idea is absolutely outrageous. In the majority of my classes, which is only roughly 22 students, I feel very cramped. Also, the maximum capacity is written in all my classrooms as 26. With only room for 26 students, fitting 35 would be a madhouse. I've talked to many of my teachers, and they have said that they don't know how they'll fit 35 kids in a classroom. On the other hand, cutting independent study is another bad idea. High schoolers have independent study every day to catch up on work, and us middle schoolers only have one day. This period is something that many students use to catch up on work and projects, and taking it away will be a major disappointment for all students. Also, cutting independent study means that Tier 3 would have to miss a period so that they could go to Tier 3. Tier 3 students like me already miss a period to catch up on work, and having to catch up on extra work for the period that I miss would be overwhelming. I know that we have to take action to reduce our budget, but there has to be a better way than worsening the students' work environment. If the board proceeds with these actions, there will be severe backlash from students, teachers, and parents. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jacob Peelman. I'm in 7th grade at DeMacy. I want to start by acknowledging my peers who wrote speeches and shared tonight. I know we've all had a long day, and I'm grateful to all the kids who spoke tonight, and for their parents bringing them here to share their concerns.
I apologize for all of you who have heard this already, but I think it needs to be said again. I understand enough for these slides to know that we have a huge deficit and the budget has to be balanced somehow. So I'm sure some things we all don't like are going to happen next year. I would like to ask for 2 promises tonight. A promise that the administration will advocate on the state level to get these funding formulas to change. Please set up trips for parents and kids. I would love to go and speak on behalf of the kids. And also a promise from the board and administration that if painful cuts have to happen, that you will be creative, dedicated, and leave no stone unturned to restore all of the best things of the school district. Kids deserve small class sizes to learn and thrive, transportation they can count on, clubs where they can go make peer connections, and additional supports that they need to have great educational experience. I promise that I will keep coming back to meetings and bring more students with me each time until action is taken to restore cuts that are made. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian Wiskowitz, Vice President for the Evesham Township Education Association. I've been an 8th grade teacher at DeMacy for 22 years. The changes you are about to make to the middle school model will be very drastic. This will be the most profound change of the middle school concept in the entire time I've been at DMS, and probably in the school's entire existence dating back to the 90s. I hope you have done the research and done the homework to justify the impact this will have on our students. But like many of my colleagues have said at this microphone, I worry that some students will slip through the cracks and not get the attention and support that they need. The loss of independent study, as you've heard, while only once a week, will have a negative impact on students. They've said it themselves. They need all the time they can get to finish homework, take makeup tests, and get extra help from teachers. This is always a good catch-up period for them. The rising class sizes is a concern for student achievement. Our elementary school teachers are already stretched thin with the current class sizes they have, especially in the primary grades. And now we are going to add more students, creating less individualized attention and small group instruction. Our elementary schools are already struggling to meet the needs of their current special education populations. Increasing class sizes will further strain resources and hinder our ability to meet IEP requirements. Thank you for restoring benefits to our paraprofessionals who have 20+ years of experience in our district. You cannot replace that experience, and we believe given the years of dedicated service they have given to this district, this is the right decision, both morally for their families and for students. We wish this could have been extended to other paraprofessionals with benefits who have spent many years in this district. Some of them have close to 50 years combined working with our autism population, crucial positions that are hard to replace. We have fought this long and hard for many years in order to keep valuable, hardworking paras in our district who love and care for our students, many of whom live in town and are your neighbors. We would love for the administration and the board to consider extending benefits to more of our paras who currently hold them. Finally, I would like to address the outsourcing of transportation. This is a drastic step, and in my 22 years in this district, we have only outsourced one department, cafeteria staff. I hope Dr. Smith and the board have considered what some have mentioned at this mic in the past few weeks, the potential rising contract costs with Hillman or whatever private provider the district chooses. This could be an unknown factor that may hinder future budgets. And how do we know it is likely Hillman? Has the board already met with them? Isn't this something that needs to be put out for a public bid? In closing, please take great care and consideration of the drastic measures this budget proposal will have on the makeup of this great school district, both for our staff and students. You're about to unleash changes that will harm our students, that cannot be easily undone. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Russ Bowles, president of the Evesham Township Education Association. I know I might sound like a broken record, but I hope that eventually some of this starts to sink in. Based on tonight's events so far, it's clear that our issues go far beyond just the budget. As I said last month, it has been devastating to witness the decline of this district in just 5 short years. The challenges we face today stem directly from decisions made at the top. A lack of strategic financial planning and failure to prioritize student-centered funding have left our schools in crisis. Last year, the Board of Education left millions on the table. We wouldn't be in this position if there had been foresight and careful planning. However, I don't place this blame solely on the board. It was the responsibility of the superintendent and business administrator to explain clearly and explicitly why securing those funds was critical. They should have outlined the long-term consequences of passing up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to offset S2 losses. And yet, here we are. Last month, ETA leadership requested a copy of the district's working budget and asked to be included in discussions to better understand the district's financial landscape. We wanted to work alongside you. However, we were informed by Dr. Smith that this wasn't part of the standard process, but that he would be happy to discuss it after the budget was presented to the board and made publicly available. Well, maybe it's time to stop following the standard process. Sometimes thinking outside the box and prioritizing transparency can lead to real solutions. Last year, ETEA didn't uncover $1 million in shift dividends until after the budget had already been created. Perhaps if we had been included in those discussions earlier, we could have found it sooner, potentially preventing individuals from worrying about whether they would have a job or not. If the district had dedicated as much time and effort to preserving what we already have as it did to expanding what we didn't, we wouldn't be in this situation. I would have loved to see the same passion that was poured into the passing of full-day kindergarten and preschool applied to protecting the benefits of our hardworking paraprofessionals, safeguarding programs and departments, and saving careers. It's time for a change in priorities before it's too late. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Brown. I'm one of the vice presidents for Evesham Township Education Association and also a teacher here at MMS. For the first time in the history of ETEA, we put forth this vote of no confidence. We had 86% participation from our 576 members. This is significant. We can't even get 86% participation when we give away free food and baseball tickets. For real. So what does that tell you? We've all had enough. Dr. Smith, 97% of our voting members, your employees, do not have confidence in your ability to lead us effectively. We do know that many of the budget cuts have come from the state level and legislation needs to change. Many superintendents in the state of New Jersey are facing similar budget deficits. However, you, Dr. Smith, are the only one in New Jersey facing a vote of no confidence. We've asked time and time again for communication, collaboration, and transparency. Your own administrators in this district are often kept in the dark. They are not part of the collaboration process as they have been with past superintendents. We had hoped that members of the Evesham Township Administrators Association were also going to speak tonight. However, it seems that they, as well as many others, fear possible repercussions from you. Board of Ed members, I strongly suggest you attend one of the administrators' meetings and hear what they have to say, just like you visited some of our classrooms. This vote of no confidence goes way deeper than budget cuts. A lot of problems stem from your agenda. You wanted to have free preschool and free kindergarten at all costs, no matter who asked questions, no matter who shared concerns. You just kept moving full speed ahead. It also appears that you want our middle schools switched to a junior high model at all costs, even though it goes against best practices for adolescents. Even when alternate solutions and compromises have been offered, it is baffling. Even the children came to say so. Maybe you miss your days working at the high school in town, but that model is not best for ETSD middle school kids. What we need right now is for the current children in ETSD schools to be the #1 item on your agenda. Board of Ed members, I hope this is a wake-up call for all of you. The staff is not happy. The public is not happy. Heck, even the kids aren't happy. I mean, wow, that's a record attendance for children, and any parent in here, you should be so, so proud of them. So my question is, Board of Ed, what are you going to do? I know some of you really do care. You need to start asking questions, and I hope when it's your turn tonight, we hear you ask him some tough questions.
Hi, my name is Dee Jolene, and I am proud to be the union treasurer. This Groundhog Day doomsday scenario that we replay every year is indicative of a larger issue. When deciding how to move forward with a strict budget, the question you all should be asking yourselves is, what do students really need to become successful young adults? I would encourage everyone up there to do the research, but I can tell you that it isn't another new math program. It isn't Fontes and Pinnell. It isn't even the preschool program that we're touting lately. Having trusted, caring adults in their lives is the single most important factor in young people overcoming childhood adversities and learning to grow up strong and healthy in body and mind. And so consider the cuts being proposed here tonight. Do they encourage student and adult relationships? Is creating a situation where we have even greater para turnover going to support our special needs students? Is having bus drivers who forget to pick up students creating a feeling of safety and security? Is doing away with the independent study period, the one period a week that students have to get caught up and connect with teachers, going to help? I can tell you that in many districts, including my own daughters, they have a period every single day where students can de-stress, catch up on work, and ask teachers specific questions. In Evesham, we can't even keep that period once a week. Is putting 30 plus students in a class gonna foster student-teacher bonds? I mean, have you ever thought about where these cuts might end? Are we gonna keep cutting until teachers are teaching 40 kids, 50, or until ChatGPT and robots are teaching? You have to come up with better than just cutting workers. The kids, as they've shown tonight, are depending on you too. I think everyone here tonight is longing to be respected, listened to, and approached in a manner that encourages working together, not dismissed out of hand as we have been tonight. We're wishing that we had leadership with a vision that would try new approaches, listen to fresh ideas, so that even if some hard decisions needed to be made, they would feel like shared losses. Because right now, whenever I hear someone up on that stage say that this is difficult for them, I feel sick in my stomach. It does not feel genuine. So perhaps a class in communication skills is also warranted. Above all, please don't say that in Evesham we do what's best for kids, because as someone who's been here longer than I think everyone up there, I can tell you that we used to, but we don't anymore.
My name is Laura Maxwell, and I am an 8 yellow science teacher. As non-tenured teachers, we are advised not to speak. We are advised have somebody read it for you. But my conscience will not sleep if I do not look at all of you in the face and let you know what you are doing is a mistake. Not only are teachers losing their jobs, we are going to class sizes of 30 to 35. I first want to start by saying that I would not be the educator I am today without my amazing team. Words cannot even describe the amount of growth that I have had here, and everybody that I've worked with knows it. The invaluable knowledge, years of experience, and confidence they have given me has made me into the educator that I've always wanted to be for myself, but also for all the students that enter my classroom. The time we spend discussing student needs, struggles, and everything else in between makes our classroom a better environment for all students. Secondly, I want to talk about us non-tenured teachers who live in fear year after year after year, just hoping and praying we don't lose our jobs. We are starting families, buying houses, not in Marlton, due to the fact that I want my kid to be in a class size of normal and to be able to read at an appropriate level. and really getting our feet wet into the real world, despite all of this being at the back of our minds every single day. We show up with smiles on our faces and teach without a hiccup. I love coming to work and being a teacher, but I love coming to work. If all of us non-teachers get cut, you will see to regret it. What happens when all of the Tier 1 folks are able to retire? I came from a district that someone last meeting described as trash, and I can 100% back that statement up because you have a building filled with brand new teachers trying to figure out everything on their own, and that is not realistic to anyone involved. I teach 8th grade science and allow my students to use chemicals, acid, and fire. Do you think any person in their right state of mind would allow a classroom of 30 to 35 children do that? No. I'll answer you right now because the answer is no. We teach our students and our own children stand up for what is right and speak up for yourself, so here I am. On the brink of losing my job I worked so hard for, telling you that if you go through this, what is proposed, you have ruined the lives of families and students alike. I am here standing up for what the students in this township deserve and normal class sizes. I am here standing up for the non-tenured teachers who live in fear. And most importantly, I'm standing up here for myself and to give an example for my daughter. Don't go down without a fight.
Hi, my name is Amanda Strzewski. I'm also an 8th grade Yellow Hall inclusion teacher, standing with my team teacher, Lauren, and many of our other team teachers who just spoke before me. I'm back at the mic again. I told you I would be last month. I have spoken to all of you about the importance of our team models at the middle school level, what gets accomplished during independent study time, and how we use team time to help all of our students, but especially those who are struggling with academics, functional skills, behavioral needs, and other social emotional needs throughout the day. I struggled to even put my finger on what to focus on as I was preparing to come and speak here yet again. However, while everything we do is so very student focused, and it should be, I think it's important I spend just a little time telling you how our teams benefit the teaching staff. We discuss it in our PD sessions often, that teachers who are happy, who are taking care of themselves both mentally and physically, and who also feel supported in their work environment, simply put, will be better teachers. When we are feeling our best, we can give our very best to the students, and that is what makes for the best classrooms and the best schools. Teams are those support systems. They are our work families and our lifelines. When we're just having a bad day, or you're struggling through a problem you can't solve on your own. I started as a first-year teacher in this district 12 years ago. Evesham was my dream job. For all the things I thought I knew, there were a million more I didn't. It was my team who helped me along the way. They have been there for every victory and every hardship, no matter how big or small. They have helped me be the teacher that I am today. I wouldn't be here without them. Dismantling this team structure is about so much more than dollar signs or seats on a classroom map. Apparently that cap out at 26. Teams and the structure it provides are the essence of what our middle schools are about. They create a culture amongst the staff that is then shared and passed along to students in numerous ways every single day. A culture that you cannot create with this proposed junior high model. It's not going to happen. How could we begin to really know 190 plus students, although the number I heard today was 230, so I guess it keeps climbing. We will barely have time to know each other anymore. Removing teams will not just change a bell schedule or a class schedule. Removing teams will forever change the culture and climate of the Evesham Township School District, and it will not be for the better. I hope this is a decision the board is willing to carry on their shoulders, all of your shoulders, if you decide to move forward with this proposed budget. Thank you.
You said it right. Good afternoon, good evening, good night. I belong in bed. I'm a teacher. My name is Shalika. I'm a parent in this district. First thing first, those kids behind me, you're setting them up for failure, but you don't care about that. first things first, Dr. Smith, aren't you a parent? You have kids. Do you think if you held the same position, you would feel the same way? Being in our shoes back here, wouldn't you be fighting? You said earlier that you're sad. You don't show it. You're showing that you don't care what's happening with these kids. That's first thing first. Didn't you come from another district that the same thing happened to, and you're at this district and it's happening again? Are you gonna leave this district after when it happens, all the way through? That's one of my questions for you. I may not know much about what goes on in the school, but I have a kid that's in this district. And when I asked him tonight, hey, you wanna come with me? You know what he said? No, Mom, I'm gonna stay home where I know I'm cared about at home because they don't care about my future in school. A 7-year-old said that to me tonight. You're trying to do with busing. Let's see. My kid was late to school a whole week because my bus driver was out sick. The bus driver told me last week, I don't care about this route because it's not my route. That's one thing. He doesn't care to get to learn the route. And it's a safety hazard because if you don't want to learn the route, how are the kids going to be safe getting to and from school? And that was kind of like a punch in the face. But are you still sad about that? Also, increasing class sizes. I'm a teacher. Again, I'm a teacher. I'm only allowed to have 20 kids in my classroom in my district. I work in Lumberton. You're gonna increase it to 35 plus kids? A fire hazard, a safety hazard. God forbid a fire breaks out. Where do you want them to scramble to? Under their desk? I also want to know, why do you think it's okay that you're going to increase class sizes? That stops the kids that's in special ed from getting the help that they need. That stops the kids from other grades that's not in special education from getting the quality time that they also need. I'm an upset parent. I'm a fed up parent. I'm the one that said I came from a trash behind district, and this is turning into a trash behind district. I shouldn't have to feel that my son is not safe in school because of a safety hazard of adding extra kids and that he's not gonna get the proper care that he needs when it comes to his learning. Again, you said again, you were sad tonight that this is happening. Show up and show out that you're sad. Don't just say you're sad, because you're not. You look pretty happy to me. And as a parent, I'm pretty pissed off, if you ask me. So, make the right decision and don't fail our kids.
Good evening. My name is Donna Dancis. I'm a math teacher here at Marlton Middle School. My 8 Yellow team is here to support me as well. I'm also an Evesham resident, and I've had 2 students who've gone through our district. I'm really apologize. I'm not feeling that well, but as a teacher, I'm used to getting up in for a million years. But the time has come that we have prime real estate. Evans School and our administration building must be sold, and it can be. That is a solution to our problem. I have numerous ideas of what we can do. If our administrative staff comes to our schools, we can, believe it or not, reduce class size. We can increase decrease our teacher to student ratio. What would a beautiful model middle school look like where we have administrators, teachers, students collaborating on a daily basis? Let's put the model of middle school that we want here in Evesham Township should be a model that every other district looks at and says, wow, look what they did. Let's take our administrators, who I value. They are very hardworking and very thinly sliced as well. And let's start taking the duties of administrative staff and creating department committees instead. Let's have our teachers be department chairs, share the duties of our administrators. Let's put our curriculum supervisors back in the classroom. Let's have them teach a class. Teach one class a year. Just one. So our parents who are concerned about our curriculum, that is a solution to that as well. Let's put our expertise in the classroom to practice. Put the theory in practice to see if it really works. Let's work to be building Evesham Township better. better, not making it worse. I'm proud that my kids went through Evesham Township. I'm approaching age where I'm going to have grandchildren. I want my grandchildren to live in this community. The number one question that families ask when they move to a community is, what's the school district like? Do we really want our realtors to say, well, sadly, we had a $7 million deficit, so instead of making good decisions to keep our community going, we cut teachers in positions. Let's make Evesham better.
Carol Larson Barone, 114 Deerfield. Carol Larson Barone, 114 Deerfield Avenue. I'm also a paraprofessional here at Marlton Middle School. Good evening, Dr. Smith and the board. I come to speak to you once again regarding the para benefits. Dr. Smith, I received your email on Friday afternoon, and I was totally devastated to learn that my benefits were going to be cut. My benefits are very crucial to my husband and myself. I've been with the district for 19 years, and I was the first name on the start of the cut list. I am one of 3 paras who work in the self-contained autism class here at Marlton Middle School whose benefits are being cut. I wrote to all of you on Friday evening after receiving the notice. Thank you, Mr. Peelman and Mr. DeMarcy, for your response. I really do appreciate that. I detailed all the continuing education that I've received. I have to assist the classroom teacher through direct instruction to educate our autism students. The knowledge and the training that I have in order to reach our students is very essential. The knowledge, depending on the day to day, how the students are acting, what have you, the approach that you take on a skill today doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work tomorrow. That means the delivery of instruction needs to change at that moment you're in that instruction, you're doing that one-to-one instruction. And you have to look out too, because you don't want to lose the momentum, and you also don't want to create a behavior at the same time. As an autism aide, we are expected to make educational and behavioral decisions on the spot without assistance. The continuing education that I have received supports me to make better decisions confidently, reflecting on the day-to-day activities, recommending and discussing changes, whether it be educational or behavioral, happen constantly in our room, constantly. We meet every week to review anything that need to be done or handled as a classroom. Losing trained staff will be detrimental to our autism students' education and the success of our program. I ask you once again to please consider my plea. Thank you.
Hi, Wendy Beach. I'm a bus driver from transportation. I want to put all my concerns in emails to the board, and I just wanted to say thank you to those that answered. I also want to ask a question as to eliminating transportation except for 4 drivers. You're saying it would be cheaper just to eliminate us, so I just want to find out if this is about the money, were our routes put out for bid? If so, for those bids to use in comparison to keeping our transportation as it is now, of the information. Any other time our runs were put out to bid, we were always cheaper. I think that's very important in making this decision, and I suggest also, I put it in my letter to the email to the board, I suggest that you watch the Board of Ed meeting from August 5th, 2020. Time mark is 6:28:05. And hear what Mr. Fisichella had to say about outsourcing transportation. It might be some of help. I ask that the board that voted you in to please, or we voted you in, please do your due diligence by looking at all aspects when making your decision
regarding our livelihood. Thank you.
My name is Linda Masterman, and I'm a teacher at Marlton Middle School. I don't need a crystal ball to see Evesham Township School's future. My almost 30 years at Marlton Middle School helped me foresee what will happen if these programs are cut. Let's look at this time next year in the middle schools. Come join me on this less than magical journey into the future. Retiring early, moving to other districts, and abandoning the profession, several teachers have left due to the unsustainable workload of 6 classes with 190 plus students. Those who are unable to leave will face physical and mental health issues as they drown in work. As they take much needed sick time, there will be no substitutes, since the substitutes have gone to the neighboring districts where there are less students per class, leading to less behavioral problems and stress. Likewise, new hires will accept teaching positions elsewhere. Sadly, the only teachers willing to work in Evesham will be those dismissed from other districts due to poor performance. Unfortunately, the students will not fare much better in overcrowded classrooms with overwhelmed teachers. Since there will be no teams of teachers collaborating, many students will flounder academically, socially, and emotionally. Of course, some will be fine, but too many will not. Without teams, these students' concerns will take longer to identify because teachers will not have the opportunity to discuss the students' issues or notice patterns of behaviors across classes or from year to year. There will be no independent study, so those students who used to receive intervention services or ask for one-on-one reteaching and explanations from teachers will miss out. The student who was absent now will have to make up missed assessments in class, missing even more instruction. Intervention services for our struggling students will be cut dramatically with the loss of teams and independent study. As teachers try desperately to keep track of it all, inevitably something will be missed. Parents will begin to wonder if their children's needs are being met and if the education that prompted them to move to Marlton hasn't changed beyond repair. After much consideration, parents will decide it's time to move to one of the neighboring towns. For sale signs will appear on lawns. Sadly for those sellers, word has spread that Evesham schools are overcrowded and lack services. Young families will decide to move to those neighboring towns instead. I have literally one sentence. The for sale signs will begin to fade as months pass. This is the future if you pass the proposed cuts to our schools.
I'll try to keep this short. I'm Leah Anderson. I am a marriage and family therapist. I also did a year of contracted school counseling in the middle schools. When I was a kid and getting ready for school, my parents, even though we kind of grew up right underneath the poverty line, just, my parents bought us crayons, papers, erasers. For me, in such a highly taxed and highly valued area, I'm also putting in paper towels, tissues, hand sanitizer, disinfectant soap, more markers for the teachers to use because they're running out. And I don't blame them. I blame how the system is working. This is ridiculous. We bought our home in 2018. It has more than doubled in value, so we are paying more taxes now. And I assume anyone else who has decided to put their roots in here as parents, wanting to raise their kids in a great school system, that you guys are also paying more in taxes too. Now, when you talk about the S2, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a legislator. I'm not a teacher. But if the system is not working, then we need to challenge the system. If there are schools that need our tax dollars to help fund them so that they can get just as good of an education as our kids, I am for that. And that might not be everyone else's opinion, but I am for that. But that does not mean that we just give and drag ourselves down as well. It's obviously not working, so we need to organize, go to Trenton, and demand better for all of our students. Parents are already picking up the slack, picking up everything that isn't being paid by taxes. We are. I send in extra money for students that maybe their parents can't afford that field trip. Maybe the parents can't afford for their child to buy books from the Scholastic fairs, the book fairs. As a kid, I wasn't able to. I had to go in with my classmates, everyone looking at all the really cool books, colorful books and posters and pens and markers, and I couldn't even afford to buy one myself. And that's not the fault of my parents either. So I decided to give extra money to help other kids as well. And I don't know what else you want us to do. You're supposed to be leadership, lead by example, and help organize us so that we can tell our state representatives, we can tell Governor Murphy, this is not working. Sorry, I didn't keep it short enough. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shane Hirman. I'm a concerned citizen. I just want to say a few things here. Came up here with no prepared speech or anything like that. I was thinking to myself, coming up here, what should I say? But you know what I said to myself? The children are our future. We should be doing everything in order to make sure they have a productive, fruitful future as well. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the case. I want to thank everybody that came out here, parents, teachers, kids that came and pleaded with this board. But we already know what you guys are going to do. You came up here, listened to us, watch us plead our cases, and then you guys probably going to vote on the budget. And that's sad. But that's the truth. I have seen this before. I know what comes up here. You look at us and say, hey, let them speak, and then at the end of the day, you guys are going to do what you think is best. But do you guys really know what's best for all of us? I don't think so. You guys been elected to do our job, but unfortunately, I don't think you guys are doing your job. Who has toed the lines in terms of salary cuts? Have any of you decided to take a salary cut? But you ask teachers, bus drivers, support staff to cut their salary, cut the system as well. That's not fair. What are you guys doing in order to change that? I don't think you guys are doing your job. I don't have kids, but I know you guys should be doing what's right. Are you guys prepared to toe the line? Are you guys prepared to do what's necessary in order to make sure we preserve the proper school system? You guys are asking teachers to add more students to classroom where we already have limited budgets. There is a ratio to teacher to students. Asking teachers to do more is just stressing the teachers out, giving them more to do with little to do. We need to do better as a community for each of us as well. Why don't you guys lead properly as a leadership team? You've been elected to put the best foot forward, whether you vote for whatever it is. At the end of the day, we should come together as a community, to make sure that Evesham education, everybody that lives here have a reason here. It's because of the great school system, but they have. But unfortunately, can we continue to say that? One person said, when you want to sell your house, you want to buy a house here, you ask about the school system. What are you going to say? The relatives are going to say, well, we had a great system. Unfortunately, I don't know, but I just want to come out here to give my piece, but thank you.
Good evening. My name is Colleen Ellis. I live in Westbury Chase. I have 2 children in the district. I'm also a speech and language pathologist in a neighboring district. And the other day, I was sitting in an IEP meeting for one of my students who's transitioning from 5th grade to 6th grade. And the parent was understandably nervous. And the case manager for the middle school said, oh, well, you know, we're really lucky here because we have this house system where kids are really given individual attention. And it was like taking a gut punch because I had just sat through last month's board meeting where you're talking about taking it away. All these cuts and not one administrative cut. And I know the argument. I've seen the spreadsheets that, you know, we spend less per student for administration than all the districts in the area. That's all well and good, but what kind of job are you all doing? Because there's a special education director who takes weeks to return an email. There's a director of curriculum who refuses to see the fact that the reading program is failing these kids. And we have a superintendent who is cosplaying at despair while cutting people's jobs, but had no problem negotiating a contract extension and a salary increase for himself during these S2 cuts that you blamed for all of these issues. This budget is so short-sighted, and the overcrowding that it will cause is so detrimental to our students. I have a child who is in MES in a self-contained classroom. He is autistic, he has ADHD, he's dyslexic, he has a very complex learning profile. He's also doing really well in school right now, well enough that last year he was able to be mainstreamed out to general education for math. This year we had to pull him back because the classroom's so overcrowded that he can't concentrate and the teachers don't have the time to give him individual attention. He can't concentrate in that environment. And if you continue with these increased class sizes, you're cheating kids with special learning needs out of their right to learn in a least restrictive environment for them. One of your budget concerns was legal fees. Maybe you would have fewer of those if you did right by these kids. Members of the board, you have a duty to vote this budget down and demand this man's resignation because enough is enough. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anastasia Trapellis. I am a resident. I'm an alumni, Van Zandt, DeMacy, and Cherokee High School. So the reason I'm coming here today is Mr. Smith was interviewed recently, and he was asked about being a superintendent. And the one thing he said is it's not about the role. It's not about the position. It's about making a difference. And I can tell you right now, the educators in this room, they didn't become teachers for the big paycheck or to get to the top of the corporate ladder. Show of hands, how many teachers here are teachers to make an impact on students every day, to grow and to make a difference in their lives? Thank you, educators. Students have increasingly complicated academic and mental health needs. When you put 30 or 35 of them in one classroom, it's impossible to meet their individual needs. I'm not even going to touch on the capacity because we've said it 100 times. Fire codes, I guess we don't care. Meanwhile, the national teacher shortage means educators are frequently giving up their planning time to cover additional classes. They are overworked and exhausted. Teachers now needing to teach another period. Reading specialists teaching math. Science teachers working on writing blocks. Many teachers have a specialty, and you hired them for that specialty. You don't ask your ophthalmologist to do heart surgery. They have a specialty. At least that's what my insurance company says. While teachers will tell you it is a no-brainer Smaller class sizes would help students. This would also help the teachers. Today's educators, again, are exhausted. A study from National Education Association said that the average teacher works 54 hours. No overtime, not an increase in their pay. Staff are resigning to preserve their own mental health. Teaching feels more difficult than ever with the shortages. They're regularly giving up their planning time to help out. And again, the students' needs have skyrocketed. What will happen with less support and larger class sizes? Nothing positive, I'll tell you that. 83 positions we said today, 10% of your current staff. This is not the direction Evesham Township should be going in. I was here last month and I cried listening to parents talk about their children not being able to read, bus drivers losing their jobs, paraprofessionals losing their benefits. The families of students and members of the community who support their local schools should stay engaged, speak up for the programs, buildings, and staff who support. Educators, thank you for making a difference every day. I stand with you.
I'm Kimberly Henson. I live on Meadowview Circle, and I am starting by reading a letter from my daughter. Dear Dr. Smith and Board of Education, my name is Dorothea Henson, and I am a 10-year-old fourth grader at Beeler Elementary. I understand that there are a lot of cuts this year because of funding, and I would respectfully like to ask you to reconsider some of the cuts that you are considering. My biggest worry is the cutting of all of the middle school teachers and increasing class sizes to 32 to 35 kids. That is going to be chaotic. I am one of the few deaf kids in the district, and I get overstimulated easily. But I know I'm not the only one. Kids with ADHD, anxiety, and anyone who gets overwhelmed easily are going to struggle. This will be a huge disruption for kids who need calmer environments. Again, I am respectfully asking that you vote no tonight and reconsider what you cut and what it means. Please consider not only student passions, but also student accommodations. I didn't intend to speak beyond my daughter's letter, as since last year I have been speaking at these meetings and saying the exact same thing, and quite frankly, it is exhausting. The language and trust are, in my opinion, the biggest problems I see here tonight. After explaining staff salaries and benefits, it was said that those numbers were before we even start talking about educating children. I strongly disagree with that statement, as ensuring that we have highly qualified, trained staff that we are taking care of and supporting is the most important thing we can do to educate our children. While I'm sure that was not the intent of your message, as our board and top administrator, you need to be more conscious about the meaning that your words take on. I also speak again that coming to us in January and explaining the devastating effects of lost aid is far too late. Last year, we put together a group of community members and stakeholders who were desperate to help come up with solutions. We were and would have been willing to start campaigning in our home schools in the fall to start communicating with legislators, and we would do anything to ensure that the quality of an Evesham education stayed quality. We were dismissed. So while I helped my daughter rewrite her letter to not be angry, and it was angry, I helped her understand that when money isn't there, it has to be found somewhere. The truth is that these cuts at this point are insulting. You have lost our trust, and you are not showing good faith to the incredible staff that you serve. Please remember when you vote later who you represent, and that everyone on this side of the room opposes this budget.
Hello, my name is Brian Connolly. I'm a teacher at DeMacy and a resident and a parent. Quick story, 2017 I moved to Evesham. I didn't want to move here because the taxes were very high. My wife convinced me. I said, I'm a teacher, I don't want to pay those taxes, but I was convinced because of the schools. Then in 2019 I welcomed my daughter and I got a job at DeMacy. And when I started working there, I found everything about the schools was amazing. I loved working there. I loved the staff. I felt supported. Then the budget cuts started happening. And Dr. Smith, since the last few years, all I've heard is about preschool, kindergarten, two things that as a parent with a preschooler and now a kindergartner, I had no interest in, but besides the point, and that we need to go to this junior high model. I've been hearing about the junior high model for years now. The thing is, our staff has been making suggestions. A staff member tonight just made many suggestions that I've heard throughout the years. One being the selling of Evans and the administration building. The selling of the administration building was brought up at the last meeting as well, and one of the excuses given early on was that there was too much paperwork in the basement. It couldn't be sold because there was paperwork. That's ridiculous. Now, I've heard other things since then, and I understand selling those buildings might be a one-time, short-term fix. It won't fix things long-term, where the middle school model might. I understand the junior high model might fix things long-term. I understand the difference. But we're bleeding out here. It might be a Band-Aid, but if you're bleeding out, take the Band-Aid. Sell the building, take the Band-Aid, and we'll keep calling. We'll keep calling the state and try to get the help for next year. But we need to keep this together for another year. Even if it's a short-term fix, we need to look for those short-term fixes. We need to take the staff, the union, let us work with you. It shouldn't just be you doing this. We are a team. We should all work together. The last thing I'd like to say is, as a parent, I don't want this many kids in the classroom. My daughter is going to get lost in there, and that's not okay with me. And just a side note, if you've been to DeMacy, which I don't know who's been to DeMacy, there's triangular classrooms that, first of all, I have 26 kids in one of my classes. I have to adjust myself constantly so kids can see the board. You're asking me to sit a whole nother row further closer to the board in this triangle. They won't be able to see anything if I'm going over something. They won't be able to do it. We've had staff meetings where we don't have enough room in the classrooms. There's not enough room in those triangular rooms for 35 kids. It's not going to work. But that's all I have to say. I really hope that we can find even a short-term solution, get us through another year. We'll keep calling. Thank you.
My name is Megan Boyer. I have a third grader and a kindergartner at Van Zant. I was raised to not make waves, so it took a lot to will myself to come up to speak. But as an adult, I've come to realize sometimes you need to start some ripples, sometimes you need to make some waves, which is how I try to raise my children, to advocate for themselves and for those around them. I grew up in a school district that faced many challenges, not the least of which included economic challenges. As a student, I've been through the cuts and I've felt the impacts firsthand. I've been in the overcrowded classrooms with not enough support. I've been through no clubs. I've been through the teachers and staff being asked for too much, all of it. While I did have many standout teachers throughout my schooling who did the best they could despite the circumstances, I know that I and my fellow students often missed out on opportunities for as much growth as we could have had, both academically and in the many less quantifiable ways that schools can provide when properly funded and properly managed. In middle school, I had no art classes, as that program, of course, didn't make the cut. Middle school is hard, especially for an awkward and kinda dorky art kid like myself, who then didn't even have that one class in which I could really feel at home. My husband grew up in Marlton. Just like our girls, he went to Van Zant and eventually to Macy Middle. A major part of why we chose to buy a home in Marlton was because of his great experience going through the district, and we hoped for the same experience for our daughters. Please help keep the integrity of this district. We have such caring, amazing staff, but they need the proper tools. They need the proper class sizes. They need the proper support to give our students the best education possible.
Hello, my name is Dan Forcier. I'm a teacher here at MMS and a former student of MMS class of 2010. I had something longer to say today, but I decided it'd be better to cut it down and get to the main point. So what I will say is this: I'm proud of the education I received 15 years ago, lending thanks to the hall system, teacher teams, and class sizes. I'm proud of the education I've received by a number of teachers who are still here in this room today. I've greatly benefited from the education, so much so that I was glad to come back and give to this district and town that helped raise me. My parents worked hard to ensure we could live in a town that prided itself on its education. My biggest fear, and it's clear that it's also the fear of the current students, parents, and staff, that when our current students are my age, they won't be able to look back and say they too are proud and benefited from the education they received. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alex Andrioli. I'm also a teacher at MMS here. I'm a social studies teacher in Yellow Hall. I was going to say something, but most of the students that spoke here today already said it and were way more articulate than I could ever be about it. But I would like to point out also and take this moment to acknowledge that as a social studies teacher, it warms my heart to see these kids engaging in this kind of activism on behalf of their school district. So I just want to say thank you. But also I want to point out on one of the slides, you said that the goal of this district is to educate students while costing the least amount of money. But education is worth that investment, and investing in teachers and paraprofessionals and bus drivers who care about the students, that they are our future, and that's worth the investment. And it is really sad as a teacher who, when I started teaching here 6 years ago, most of the people in my life were like, wow, like you're teaching at Evesham? Like that is great. I don't know how you got that as like your first job. But now, as a mother, and since 6 years ago, I've become a mother, and I am very honestly going to say that I'm glad my son's not going here.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nicole Lombardo, and I'm a parent in the district. I have students at Jaggard and Rice. We have heard from the amazing students that shout out to the teachers, the amazing teachers who have educated them and encouraged them to speak tonight. But we have not heard from as many parents as I would hope, and I wanted to voice my grave concern. My kids have had an amazing foundation with Rice Preschool, both as a paid tuition and also state funded as it is now. There are also many preschool paraprofessionals who have been there a long time with extensive experience, some of whom will lose their benefits next year. These are some of our most valuable people that help all of our students learn. I would hate to see them leave if you take their health benefits away, as we have already seen so many paraprofessionals going to competing districts that offer this. I am worried about the increasing class size as my children move throughout the grades. How will my children get the individualized attention needed in rooms that have to manage the diverse needs of so many students? I also have grave concerns about bus safety, as Dr. Smith knows from my emails. We were on famous Rice bus number 1 before I had to rearrange my work and childcare to get my son safely to school, and it really has tainted his experience to ride the bus. However, I know that that is also related to administrative failure and operational planning, and I'm not sure that all of the proposed outsourcing of busing will cause lower costs, as previous attendees have highlighted. We are losing talented teachers, and I wanted to come here tonight to speak for those parents who are just starting out in the district and have younger kids, my 6, 4, and 2-year-old. I want to retain these amazing teachers and talent and these amazing paras that work tirelessly for the love of their children and always end up picking up what gets left behind by the budget cuts. Please put students first and consider the pleas of all of us tonight. Vote no.
Hold on one second. I don't know what project needs to do. Hold on. Good? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rosemary Bernardi. I just want to say how, I don't know what the word is, but the children, or the students when they spoke, it was so encouraging to see them articulate the loss of their programs. They were able to articulate the impact of the class sizes. It was just really refreshing, and it's going to be sad to see what the impact of these changes will be on our future students. So just kudos to the students and their parents who brought them here tonight. And thank you to the teachers, the educators, the staff members, the bus drivers, the paraprofessionals who are here, because everyone here cares. Everyone in this room cares. Everyone wants to be collaborative. They want to solve this problem. And I think it's really great. Evesham's a very caring, collaborative community. I always say that, when we come together, we can solve a lot of problems. And we have in the past. We have Bill Smythman from the EE office here. We have Evesham Parents United. The ETA found additional monies last year. So there's subgroups, the PTAs, everyone's willing to pitch in. And it's great to see the numbers. Thank you, Mr. Yates, for actually giving me dollar figures so that we can actually solve and research and do more things. So I just want to give people a little bit of hope. Tonight is just the tentative budget adoption. We still have time. We have until May, I believe it's 14th, for the final adoption. I have been in contact, I mentioned last time, Evesham Fiscal Allies. I've been in contact with Assemblywoman Katz's office. Two things. One, we might be able, she's writing a bill to give us additional time like we did last year, at least until the state budget adoption, so hopefully that'll give us additional time. Also, two, we need to advocate for the state aid money. The school funding formula actually worked for us this year. We were supposed to get $8.4 million if they ran the numbers, and they did run the numbers, and they said Evesham should get $8.4 million. But here's the problem. They put a cap on it, a 6% cap. So they limited us to $450,000. Well, we had an increase in the number of students from last year to this year, and also kindergartners came online. So kindergartners per pupil cost, instead of being 0.5, it's actually a whole pure pupil person cost. So anyway, I don't understand why the school district has not really advocated for that particular item with the DOE and the governor. So thank you to all you in the rooms have made the calls to the governors about this specific issue with the state funding to get our $8 million. And thank you for Andrea Tierney for making my graph, because not everyone understands this issue. But we are leaving $1.3 million on the table. So I apologize. But here's the other thing too. 3 years, we as taxpayers are paying, at the end, if you guys adopted tonight, $8 million in a tax levy for the past 3 years. You went from a $66 million tax levy to a $74 million tax levy tonight. We are paying $8 million. The state needs to pay that $8.4 million also. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Andrews. I'm a parent and resident of Marlton. As a parent, I just want to say I'm proud of the kids that came in today and spoke for themselves. I'm here because my two sons can. They're part of the autism program here in the district. We are a diverse community, and each family has its own needs. Mine's no different. Today I want to talk to you about the concerns that my family has with the proposed cuts to the transportation department. We love our bus drivers. We love our aides. They know our kids. We wouldn't trust them with anyone. My youngest son has some OCD issues, and he has a poor job communicating verbally. His aide on the bus and his bus driver work with him to get through that. His older brother has his triggers just like any student does, and his bus driver and his aide know what to do to get him to school safely. My concern with outsourcing the buses is, will my children still have that high level of care that they get today? We've already heard one parent today talk about outsourced bus drivers talking about not caring about the routes. Well, that is not going to fly with me. The other thing I want to talk about are the benefit cuts to our paraprofessionals. They have it hard enough. I mean, I have 2 autistic kids at home. I can't imagine being in a room full 5 or 6 of them. We've heard from one of them today. He's been here 20 years, and now you're just going to say, sorry, oops, and cut her benefits. The district has slashed benefits for paraprofessionals for a few years, and it just seems that these caring people who have a difficult job already are not treated with enough respect to be deemed worthy of being paid benefits by this district. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Skylar Lord, and I'm a student here at MMS. I just wanted to say that even though I'm only a kid, I'm still worried about the effects of this budget. I have a younger sister who will be going through this system without independent study, individual help in her crowded classes, and without extracurricular activities to improve her school skills outside of the classroom. Even though I'm leaving soon, this will affect my neighbors, friends, and siblings. I've heard teachers worrying about these changes and what it will mean for future generations. All of my peers and teachers have touched on this, and I just wanted to reaffirm it all to you and really hit it deep on how it will affect us. I understand the cuts from the state, but I also understand that there has been ways stated before me to fix this. I didn't come here with the intention to speak, but because of my fellow students and my peers, and on behalf of my friends, and the other speeches have encouraged me to say this. You say it's for the students, then you should make it for the students. And I would also like to thank the other teachers and students that came before me to say what I have said here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kim Fidala. I'm a teacher here at Marlton Middle School. I'm here to ask for your careful consideration regarding the proposed changes to our middle school structure. I understand the difficult decisions you face, but I believe there are alternatives that will have less of a negative impact on our students and all options needed. This school year, our team in 6 Yellow was moved to what you call a 4-bucket model. We faced the challenge of losing 2 teachers, 1 content teacher and 1 inclusion teacher, but despite this, we have successfully maintained our team structure and continued to support the same group of students. While it has been difficult at times, we have proven that this 4-bucket model can work. It allows us to maintain a team-based approach and provide independent study that is so crucial to our students' success. Without independent study, there is no time to catch up with students for missed work, provide extra help, interventions, and IEP mandated extra time. The current proposal, however, would reduce staff, increase class sizes, eliminate independent study, and ultimately harm the educational experience of our students. Why make such a drastic change when we've already shown this year that another model can work effectively? By applying this 4-bucket model across grade levels, we can avoid dismantling the team structure. Therefore, I ask board members to reconsider the full elimination of teams at the middle school at this time. I urge you to take another year to evaluate the impact of these changes before implementing such a significant restructure. The changes as proposed would affect all students in the district, and we need to be sure they are in the best interest of our students' future. Please meet us in the middle. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Smith and the school board. My name is Marnie Benjamin. I am the PTA president at Marlton Middle School and the PTA vice president at Marlton Elementary School. I'm not here tonight in my capacity as a PTA president or member. I'm here as a concerned parent. I have an 8th grader and I have a 5th grader. I'm here to share their stories. Very briefly, you've heard so many wonderful reasons or useful reasons for why none of this makes any sense and why we need to find alternatives. I just want to share a personal story so you can see another side of it. My son, my 8th grader, is on the autism spectrum. He has fought every day to succeed and to get to where he is today. He went from 30 words at 15 months to losing his whole vocabulary by the time he was 18 months old. He did not regain his vocabulary until he was 4.5 years old. It was very hard for him. He struggled a lot. But if it wasn't for his incredible teachers at Marlton Elementary School, Mrs. Hopp, Mrs. Atley, Mrs. Osborne, Mrs. Francesco, so many other teachers there working with him one-on-one, seeing him as a student, and being able to give him individual attention in an inclusion classroom, that he was able to succeed. This year, now he's in 8th grade. I apologize, I'm a little tired and a little nervous. I've been running the book fair over at MES today, so my brain's a little fried. But In middle school, he's had absolutely incredible teachers. His inclusion teachers, Mrs. Fudala, Mrs. Stanilevich, and this year Mrs. Dodaro, have absolutely single-handedly gotten him to the point where he is now. He is doing incredibly well. He has gone from a student who was in pull-out math in 6th grade to algebra. He's in algebra this year in 8th grade. Through all of his challenges and everything that he has done, he would not be where he is now if it was not for the time and attention that the teachers have been able to give him as an individual. 35 students in a classroom is not going to make that possible. You need to understand, I get your position. I realize that we have a deficit and a budget that needs to be dealt with, but we need to look at the bigger picture, which is not just that there's 35 students in a classroom, which is terrible, and I keep saying to my husband, what are the repercussions of that? What are the fire codes? And so many students got up and made voiced those concerns so eloquently. But it comes down more to what is going to happen to our students if they don't get this attention. What is going to happen to the Aarons of the world who are just going to fall through the cracks because they're not going to get that attention? Our students are going to suffer at such a level that it's just going to be terrible. So and I just really quickly want to say thank you to all of the parents and all of the teachers and all of Aaron's teachers who are here tonight who I wanted to call out, but thank you for being here, fighting for the students, and you guys are incredible, so thanks.
You're welcome.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Huber. Last month I spoke about the importance of keeping the team concept in middle school. I'm going to keep that focus as I make you aware, in case you do not know, that we are currently using the 4-bucket model here at MMS in 6th grade Yellow, where I am a science teacher and now also a social studies teacher. Last year, DMS started with this same model, which is now used in their 7 Red. This is a fully functioning and working model that could be adapted by all 10 teams across both buildings for the next year and could be a middle road for this budgetary dilemma we are facing. We will unfortunately still have to lose some teachers, but it would also enable us to save teachers while still fulfilling the need to increase class sizes and give some budgetary relief. But most importantly of all, we will be able to maintain the team concept and program that is so beneficial to our students. With the class sizes needing to unfortunately increase to 32 to 35 kids per class, teachers will now see up to 190 students per day, and these students need to have this team program to enable success emotionally and educationally. Coming into middle school, these students need a home base where they have the place and time to catch up on work, get extra help when needed, see teachers for reteaching, and for teachers to fulfill the IEP modifications and INRS legal obligations of retesting and assisting students with their work. Can all students benefit from this time? Yes. This is also time for our gifted and talented students to get their enrichment lessons in Tier 3. This school year came with challenges, but this is an effective way to maintain its structure and give the students the support they need. This 4-bucket model would still be a reduction of staff and increased class sizes, but would be not such a drastic change when we have shown that this can work, providing independent study and team time that is so crucial to the success of our students. I'm asking you, the board, to at least try this before completely eliminating teams at the middle school and making such huge, impactful changes that will have negative repercussions for all students in the district. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening, my name's Tom Senya. I'm a Van Zant and DeMacy alumni and a parent who lives in town now. When I went to school, I didn't enjoy school when I was real little. I just I didn't fit in. I didn't really enjoy learning. And then in first grade, Miss Shermer at Van Zant, she took me aside and she helped me do some advanced spelling and a couple grade levels ahead. And it turns out I wasn't, I didn't not like education. I just I was a little bored, and she helped me learn to challenge myself And she only was able to do that because her class size was small enough that she was able to recognize me. And now that my son is in pre-K at Rice and my daughter will be headed there soon, I want to make sure that they also have teachers who are able to see what they need and help them be the best they can be. I believe that some of the budget cuts proposed are short-sighted. I think by cutting teaching positions, adding kids to classrooms, and also reducing the benefits for paraprofessionals, you're reducing multiple support structures for students at the same time, and those effects are going to cascade and become apparent very quickly. I don't want this for my kids. I moved back to Marlton because I'm proud of the education I got, and I would really like them to have that same education. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly. I have 4 children. I live in Mayfair. My 2 oldest go to DeMacy Elementary. I'm going to share 3 quick stories about my children. Both me and my husband went through the Marlton school systems, elementary, middle, and high school. So my oldest, he's 7. He's in 1st grade. In kindergarten, he did not excel with reading whatsoever. He did have to do the reading recovery program, which we didn't really talk too much about the elimination of that tonight. So my son did do the reading recovery program. In the beginning of 1st grade, he was reading at a below kindergarten level. He tested out of the program. He is now reading at a 2nd grade level, just from that program alone. So he was pulled out of class, spent a ton of individualized attention with that teacher. She's been absolutely phenomenal for his development. We even now have her tutor him outside of the school just because of that individual attention. I could not imagine where he would be right now. I have 4 kids. I can't spend every hour when I get home with them, so having those great teachers in those special programs are super important. My daughter, who's in kindergarten, she's doing fantastic. She's a middle child, so she very much just excels at what she does, and that's it. So not really a story to share about her. However, I would want to share a story about my 4-year-old who is autistic. He attended the Rice Special Needs Program. And when I say he attended, I had to pull him out. He was not getting a one-to-one aid. I was not finding that out till the end of the week, that he didn't have somebody with him all week. I had many canceled IEP meetings, and I pulled him out. I didn't sit there and go through the steps to try to get the Evesham Township to pay for him to go to a private school. I pulled him out. I'm paying for that school for him because I didn't want to see him suffer. And I guess the point of my message, I have nothing formal planned, is using your village. You have teachers here who have offered to help you. You have the community that's offered to help with solutions. And at the end of the day, when we need to get things done, we have to rally together, but you're causing a divide here. And it's really sad for our children. I'm really sad for my 3 children that are currently in the system. And I don't even know if I want my 4th to even go to the system. I'm starting to explore the options, as I know a lot of parents are, out of district, homeschooling, because what's going on right now is not okay. So just urge you to think about that, think about the families, think about the teachers, and hopefully tug at your heartstrings a little bit and not your pockets. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Drew Wilson. I live in Country Farms. I am the parent of 2 kids in the Evesham education system right now, a 1st grader and a 3rd grader. My wife and I moved to Marlton after growing up in Camden County in different areas. How many years ago now? In 2013, so quite a few years ago, specifically because of the schools. We had friends, we had a lot of people that we knew who were buying big giant houses in other areas with poor school systems. And the thing that we continued to fall back on was that, well, at least we're going to have a great education for our kids. At least we're going to have that, right? I have not regretted that decision for 1 second. It was worth every single penny that we paid for a much smaller house on a much smaller piece of land to get a better education and a better community for our kids. Everything that's happening here tonight is exactly what is right with Evesham Township. I recognize that it's tough for you folks on the board and for you, Justin, but this is exactly what is right about the community here and the parents here in Evesham Township. This type of advocacy is exactly what I love to see. I also think it's important that we address the root cause of the issue. It's important for us to take some of this energy and some of this advocacy and direct it towards our elected leaders in Trenton, our legislators, our governor, the people who have put together the S2 bill that have caused us to lose millions and millions of dollars in funding over the last several years, have put us in this position. It's a position that is going to cause severe deficits for the students in this district. It is causing severe problems for the educators that work their asses off to make sure that our kids come out with the best possible outcomes. I don't want to see anyone get cut. I want to see everyone stay here. I want to see everyone who's put their heart and soul into this education system continue to be able to thrive here and continue to be able to help our kids here. We need to make sure that our school gets the appropriate amount of funding that it deserves, and that all of our money does not go to Trenton and does not go to other school districts in this state where it may or may not be needed. We are losing money to other districts because of the rules, policies, and procedures that have been put in place by our elected leaders in the state government. And this advocacy needs to be directed towards them. If anyone has questions about how to do that, I am happy to help. If anyone would like to put together people to go to Trenton and advocate for our students, I would be happy to help. I will drive us there. I will fit as many people in my car as I can. Give this board and our school district the resources that it needs to help our kids and to make Evesham the place it once was, and I know it can continue to be. Thank you.
Bruce Albright, resident of Evesham. I spoke at the last meeting, and I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I had to come back up here because of some things that were said. Mr. Smith, you're sad. You know who's sad? The paraprofessionals' families that are losing their benefits. The bus drivers who are losing their jobs. They're sad. The lowest paid workers. But yet, do more with less. But I don't see any administration cut. I don't see you losing your benefits or administration losing their benefits. It's hypocrisy. What you're doing, I walked through these doors 48 years ago when this school first opened with the new model that they had for educating students. 48 years it's been a success, and you're throwing it away without really any reason why, other than that you think your idea is better. And that's a travesty. It's a joke. This whole thing is a joke. These families, they're sad. Have a good night.
Hello, Dr. Smith and board. I'm sure you are bored. I know we've been going on for a long time, many, many hours. I don't know, you're looking at your phones, whatever you're doing up there, but just know how important this is to all of us standing here before you. I know that so many kids spoke tonight, and they did that of their own wanting. They wrote their essays. They spoke from the heart because they, as children, see what value all the adults in their everyday lives have on them. So they care about us. We just hope that the rest of the adults in our lives also feel the same and see our value. Many kids emailed Dr. Smith, and they, on their own, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, recognized the fact that his responses were copied and pasted, and told them what minutes of last month's board meeting to go to listen to that same slideshow budget presentation. I'm just gonna say, I don't know what happens to me after I speak, so if you never see me again, I don't know. Again, there's always punishment. I'm gonna reiterate that cuts never come from the top. You always start with your teachers, with your support staff, now with your bus drivers. It's not okay. Without us, these schools cannot run. Try to run a school without all of us. I like what someone said earlier. Come into our buildings. Spend some time in our classrooms. I know, Mr. DeMarcy, you said at the parent meeting last month that you're worried you would make us nervous if you come into our buildings. We welcome it. Come and see what we do. We don't want to see you once a year, once a month if we can come to a board meeting. Come and actually see what we do with these children and how much they value us. Dr. Smith, you've mentioned a suggestion box. Every suggestion we've ever given you, you shoot down. You basically laugh at us. You smirk at us. Yes, sell the admin building. Yes, if you don't want to sell it, lease it out. Why are we leasing out a 6th grade pod to another school, to the Yale school? Kids who I feel for, but they're in a different placement for a reason. Why are we adding them to our own kids who have their own needs? The last thing I want to say is, just as a reminder to anyone who missed it, 97% of your staff who voted have no confidence in your leadership, Dr. Smith. I am hoping, and I think all of us are hoping, there will be some response to that because that's pretty huge. That's a statement. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Evan Scott. The reason why I came here is because I've been watching these meetings for some time now, and what I've learned is that no one here is an enemy. We came together a couple years ago to get full-day kindergarten because it was the right thing to do. We worked together. We got it done. But the meeting after that, I came in front of this board publicly to say, great win, we will be here again. And we will be here over and over and over again until we rise up together and take care of some business up in Trenton. So here's the facts that are demonstrably true, objectively true. When you look at the state aid notice, the uncapped aid is the formula aid that we should be getting. That's $1.7 million. But because of the 6% state aid growth limit cap, we're only getting $405,000 in change. All right, for those people that are writing down, that's $1.3 million right there that we're not getting, that the law says you are supposed to get that money. If we're trying to save paraprofessionals, sounds like we should be going after that money. We're trying to save other programs, should be going after that money. Oh, by the way, if you look at the governor's educational adequacy report, there are other deficits there. Look at CPI for energy. They say we're going to have a negative energy growth when we're all sitting here listening to 17 to 20% rate increases. How is this possible? The last thing, the geographic cost adjustment. For SURFR to be constitutional, the court said you have to have mechanisms in place, must have mechanisms in place to review the economic data. That geographic cost adjustment, the last time it was updated, it's supposed to be updated every 5 years, was 2014. This is 2025. That was 11 years ago. It grew from 2008 to 2014, 2.4%. If I go back in there and make the same adjustment, just that one, and I'm being conservative, I just allow for 2.4% increase from 2014 to now, that's just another $1.3 million. So 1.7 and 1.3, we've got $3 million that the state is saying, can't have it. When is it going to be time to rise up together and go up to Trenton and take care of business? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christine Rora, and I'm a teacher at DeMacy Middle School. I have nothing prepared, but I come to speak from the heart after hearing some of my students speak. Really touched me and my colleagues and so many parents. And I just want to bring it back to perspective. I teach because I want to make a difference. And Evesham actually helped me become, I think, the best teacher I can be. You did. I really wish I could have a redo and go back to my first year of teaching, because if I knew then what I know now, I know I would be more effective. However, I worry. Am I going to be effective with all these changes? I don't know. I see this year after year in the things we have been through, what we have conquered together. We have gotten through COVID together, virtual learning, so much. But now, so much it's being taken away. What matters are these students, the children. I'm a mother of 4. And Dr. Smith, I remember your girls. I remember them and how they were their best. They were through the Tier 3 program. I remember Aura Lee and how impressed I was by her. And she was at her best because of what we provided for her. Now we're taking these things away. What matters are the connections. I am in a unique position. I am a reading specialist, but this year I am also a lead teacher for reading and writing in 7 Red with the 4-bucket model. Am I at my best? Yes, because I have a class of 20 students, the same students in reading and writing. I can differentiate. I do meet with them one-on-one. I do have guided reading groups. I can't imagine doing that with 10 to 15 more students. I can't. I tell you right now, I put all my heart into it, and I wouldn't be able to do that with such a large class size. It's what matters to students, the connections. I am school mom to some of these students that I work with through INRS as a reading specialist. It's those bonds that matter. These kids have been through a lot. COVID has changed. The social media has changed them. They need these people, these adults, these teachers to be their mentors, to be their school parents, because that's really what matters. That's when true learning takes place, when there's trust and caring. And now when we have these large class sizes, when we can't meet their needs, that's going to be the demise. I'm not going to be at my best. They're not going to be at their best. I can't bring the best out of them. It's the teachable moments that matter, not the curriculum. So please really take that into consideration. You're going to have to revise your mission statement that you read tonight. I just reread it on my computer. This is not going to bring out excellence. We need to keep these class numbers at a manageable size because that's what's important. The students, please.
Hi, my name is Erin Geiberson, and I didn't plan anything either, so I just picked up this sign that says, "Put our kids first." I'm sitting here in this room, I want to remind us, is it still Monday? It's St. Patrick's Day. It's Monday night. It's almost 11 o'clock. We all are getting up in the morning, and I'm sitting here seeing my friends, my neighbors, teachers that my kids have had. I have a child who's gone through this district. We have 2 that are still in it. And as a parent, I left my glasses in the car. I wanted to see each one of you, because if you do not deny this budget tonight and you are accepting putting 35 kids in a classroom and putting that burden on our teachers, not only does that academically prove to be detrimental for them, it is also a safety hazard, and I can't believe in the world that we live in, with the kind of threats that are on the table when we send our kids to school every day, that you would even possibly consider 35 kids in a classroom to even be an option. You have a room of teachers, you have a room of parents, you have students here, and we are all saying that if we band together and turn our attention towards the state level, that we could do different things here. So each one of you on this board, it is your duty and your responsibility tonight to put our kids first and do not accept this budget. Do whatever you have to do to get a stay on it, to figure out another way. You cannot accept it as it is, with what it will do to everyone in this room, in this community, in this district. It is unacceptable.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Marple, and I've lived in this township for almost 50 years, and it looks like I'm going to be the last one to speak. So I just want to look around this room and look at the faces that I'm seeing here tonight and tell you I am very sad. I am sad for the faces that I see on these people out here that are going to be losing their jobs, that are losing their benefits. I have been a bus driver in this township for 47 years. And I've been retired for 19 years, and I am still working here because I love my job. And I love the people that I work with. I love these teachers because they are great to our kids. My kids went through this system here. My kids went to school with several of you up that are sitting up there. My grandson went to school with another one that's sitting up here. I want you guys to think when you vote, what was it like when you went through the school systems here? You had a good time, you got a good education, right? And you can all relate to it. I can see a few of you looking at me. But trust me, when you think about it tonight, you think about how you vote for this, because it's going to affect all these kids out here and all these teachers and all these bus drivers and all these support people. So think about it carefully when you put your vote in there. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm in the transportation department, and I've been here for over 10 years. And I just want to say to the board that we transport the most precious thing in the world, your children. These drivers and aides are so dedicated to their profession. They're the greatest people I have ever worked with. And I've been around a long time. And they take care of business, and they love your children. They say good morning and good afternoon and good evening every day. So I would certainly think about, I wouldn't go to a subcontractor because they would never do the job that these dedicated people do. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Seeing none, we'll move to the next section. Moving to item 6, approval of the minutes. We need a motion to approve items 6.1 through 6.3. Do we have a motion? Motion by Mrs. Knoll, seconded by Ms. Fox. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, Mr. Yates, roll call, please.
On the approval of minutes, Mr. Brown.
Abstain.
Your abstention is noted. Ms. Butcher-Mowitz.
Yes.
Mr. DeMarcy.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
Mrs. Knoll.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes to 6-1, abstain from 6-2, and yes to 6-3.
Your abstention is 6.2 was noted. Yes to the rest. Mr. Peelman.
Yes.
Mr. Bach.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Thank you. Moving to item 7, superintendent report and administrative items. We need a motion to approve items 7.1 through 7.6. Do we have a motion? Motion by Mr. Thompson, seconded by Ms. Butcher-Mowitz. I will hand the floor over to Dr. Smith before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. Canton. Just want to thank everyone who came out tonight, especially those of you who stayed through the whole public comment. A lot of wonderful perspectives. I would say, and as far as there's no combination of words that can be said that can take away the pain and the anger from where we are. So, it means understandably little or nothing to anyone here how it feels to be in the situation as a superintendent or a board member, right? And I recognize that. But the fact is that Thank you, Ms. Brown. Thank you. The, when someone goes into education, I did, as all of you, right? There's no way to imagine that at some point in the distant future, you know, I went into education in 1996, that at some point in the distant future, that person would be sitting in a meeting where we're talking about what we're talking about tonight. It's the last place someone who went into education would want to be, right? Because of what we're talking about. The ideas, you know, we have a liaison meeting on Thursday this week. Look forward to talking about ideas there. The idea tonight, you know, for example, the admin building, selling that, you know, and each of these can be talked about. It's difficult to talk about it in a large group because it could be painful sometimes to talk about the logic of things, you know, because the emotion is so real. The logic of just that step, for example, is space, right? Space. It's easier to look at that step when there's more space. And based on what we're talking about tonight, there may be more space, and that makes that idea more operationally feasible to look at. And that's just one example. And it is good to keep revisiting ideas over time because as variables change, an idea that wasn't feasible before may become that way. I also would say, again, there were a couple numbers floated tonight. One was that the idea presented by ETEA last year about the shift dividend, which was a very welcome idea, right? And we used that last year and we used the rest of it this year. The number shared tonight for the amount of that shift dividend was $1 million, okay? And in fact, it was $381,000, which is less than half. And I only say that, not to, you know, say it should have been correct or whatever. I just mention it to illustrate that when it comes to numbers, there are ways, it is easy to look at them and wish they were different than they are. And certainly we all wish we could look at these numbers and that they would be different than they are. But unfortunately, the duty of a board, the duty of a superintendent, the duty of an administration is to recommend a budget that's balanced. And as painful as that is, which again means nothing, doesn't have to mean anything to anyone. So to wrap up, thank you for the input tonight, including the vote, and I look forward to talking more with ETA about it, starting on Thursday at Liaison.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, Mr. Yates, roll call, please.
Roll call on administrative items, Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Ms. Butcher-Mowitz.
Yes.
Mr. DeMarcy.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Abstain from 7.3, yes for the rest.
Your abstention of 7.3 is noted, yes to the rest. Mrs. Knoll.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Peelman.
Yes.
Mr. Bach.
Yes.
Mr. Compton.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. Moving to item 8, curriculum and instruction. We need a motion to approve items 8.1 through 8.5. Do we have a motion? Motion by Mr. DeMarcy, seconded by Mr. Thompson. Any questions or comments from the board? Sure, Mrs. Knoll.
I know it's been a very long night, and I apologize, and you can tell I'm tired, but I see our wonderful Evesham Ed Foundation board members standing here, and I want to give them a big thank you for always supporting our students. Here on this agenda, we have requests for more funding for the Eyes on Art, which you do every year, buying frames for that artwork, and also for, I don't remember if it's 1 or 2 active panels with the teacher laptops. Again, every year, you always give us donations, and I appreciate that. So I wanted to give you a thank you since you're here in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Knoll. Any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, Mr. Yates, roll call, please.
Roll call on curriculum and instruction, Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Ms. Butcher-Mowitz.
Yes.
Mr. DeMarcy.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
Mrs. Knoll.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Peelman?
Yes.
Mr. Bach?
Yes.
Mr. Conklin?
Yes.
And motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. Moving to item 9, Finance and Operations. We need a motion to approve items 9.1 through 9.15. Do we have a motion? After the motion, yes. Motion by Mr. Thompson, seconded by Mr. DeMarcy. As is the case with all of our motions, the floor is now open to the board. Any questions or comments from the board? Mrs. Knoll. Whatever you'd like that pertains to item 9.1 through 9.15.
Please bear with me. I'm not good with little sleep, so I'm very tired. But I wanted to talk about what Mrs. Bernardi and Mr. Scott brought up, and that would be additional money that's left on the table. I know there is money at the state, which, we could be advocating for. And I shared with Dr. Smith that there are meetings with the Senate and Assembly budget.
Yeah, so the link to those
This week and next
hearings
week.
will be in my update tomorrow. And I'm speaking in Newark on Wednesday and Trenton on Tuesday next week, and have spoken at those hearings every year. So thank you.
There's one on Wednesday in person, and there is an online available time. So if you can't make it, then consider signing up to speak online. So I wanted to talk about that, and I will start with the budget, but there's other things on here. So I just wanted to say, as some of you know, I've been on this board, this is my 7th year, and I do have kids in the district, so this is very important to me. And throughout all those 7 years, we were told in the beginning, when Mr. Scavelli was here, that years 4 and 5 were gonna be the toughest. They were gonna be the biggest cuts. And, we cut from teaching positions, including special ed, and increasing class sizes, and now here we are with the largest budget deficit that we had throughout all the years. And, through all those tough years, we did eliminate a lot of positions, and they directly impact our kids in the classroom. And with these additional cuts, I feel like the district is rapidly moving towards being mediocre. I didn't move here for mediocre, and neither did a lot of the parents that spoke here tonight. And I also want to commend all the students who spoke tonight. I am so impressed. My boys didn't want to come, and that's okay, but they spoke very well, all of their speeches, and I think a lot of it hinges on what they're being taught in our classrooms. And increasing the class sizes is not good. It's not good for my child. It's not good for any of the kids. And I'm hoping that there's some way that we can find cutting somewhere else, rather than increasing all these class sizes. At the elementary level, it's been every single year, and they're approaching 30 now in 5th grade. And that's difficult, absolutely. They have to differentiate. I don't know how you do it, but I'd like to see not to go so high in some of those classes, even if you could just save, a couple of positions. And so with that, I'm urging you to just go back, sharpen your pencils, please, and turn over more stones. I hope that there are some. They talk about the 4-bucket model. I'm not a teacher, but immediately it's shut down, and I don't understand why. And I just wish that, the board would be more open, because there could be a little bit here and a little bit there that could be changed. And I wanted to talk to Mrs. Benjamin. Are you here? She may have left, but she talked about her son. I know them. I know the family. They're at MES, and I want to say I'm here for the Aarons of the world. She spoke about her own child. And I sit up here, and I always have, for the Aarons. My children are, somewhat gifted, and they've been okay through all these cuts. But the Aarons, may not have been, and that's a problem. We have to meet their needs. So, and one last thing, and this is my hill to die on, and everybody should know this, and that is outsourcing transportation. I feel like this is a financial cliff. We have no bid. So I can't support it. I haven't seen a bid, and you say $800,000 savings, and you could be right, and you could be estimating correctly, but I just can't approve it without seeing a bid. And you could be correct, but without that bid, I just can't do it. And also, the private provider, I'm gonna give you numbers here. 2020, 2021, 1 million. Next year, 5 million. So I'm worried. I am worried because I don't know if there's gonna be anything in the contract that limits their increase year over year. It could be, you could be thinking of that, but I don't know that it's gonna be limited. So with a bid, I might not feel the same way. Well, actually I would, because it's the increase. So like I said, that's my hill to die on. And I just wanted to say, like 9, 10, Archway Just Kids, I'm gonna have to abstain because I didn't have time to read that summer camp 2025 contract. So I apologize. And then there's one more that I am reluctant to vote yes on, and not for Yale. They're a wonderful tenant in Evans. They're not leaving Evans. I don't know if you know that. We are keeping them in Evans. There has never been a problem with any Yale student. They're great tenants. However, I cannot agree to this because I feel as though without, a final agreement, still being reviewed, I don't want to say yes to Yale School this time. Not for any reason except for it's not a final lease agreement, and I can't, responsibly vote yes to it. I think that's everything. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
I'd like to make one.
Mr. Peelman?
So, I wasn't aware of this previously before I sat up here. All the time, the agenda's laid out in sections, so we're in section 9 right now, and then there's 15 items in that section. The big ones that have been talked about so far for the Archway Just Kids was 9:10. For the Yale School agreement is 9:13, and for the resolution to approve the tentative budget is 9.12. So you may hear people voting specifically on specific things tonight. Those are the things that they're talking about, just so everyone understands what's happening. You're welcome. I just had a couple of comments for the other pieces. For 9.13, the Yale School lease agreement, I have some concerns with the lease agreement as written. We did not have time between when it was given to us and tonight to go over it, to have conversations about it. I can't vote for something that I can't talk through a lease agreement that we're signing that is for a significant amount of time going forward. As for the budget itself, there are any number of things that are concerning in the budget. And it is also true that we as a board have a responsibility to pass a balanced budget. We have no choice in the matter, and that is what has to happen at the end of the day. That being said, there needs to be conversation about how we get there. This budget also was given to us very late in the day, and I know that a lot of that had to do with the amount of time it takes finance to get things together. But there was not enough time for conversation. There was not enough time to have questions answered and to go through different steps of the process so that we could feel comfortable with the information that we had and know that we were doing our due diligence. Without our ability to do due diligence, I can't vote for something. The only other thing I wanted to say for the evening, there were a lot of people that turned out tonight, and I'm incredibly grateful for everyone that's here. I want to remind everyone that last year the tentative budget was passed, and there were still a lot of people that were unhappy with it. Between various sources from our educators, for whatever amount of money they were able to help find, for other funding that we got from the state, for other opportunities that we had, there were changes and there were a lot of jobs saved at the end of the day. I'm in no way saying or claiming or guessing that any of those things can happen again this year. I have no idea what the state of the legislature is going to be. I can say, though, that it is important to be an advocate. And if there aren't changes that we as a board are able to make because our hands are tied, then please, please, please follow the folks here that want to go up to Trenton and help make our voices heard up there to try and restore funding from the school, the funding models for the school.
Thank you, Mr. Peelman. Would any other board member like to make a comment? Ms. Butramowicz?
So I took a little different approach to this. I prepared something just to kind of keep me on track. But, my running for the Board of Education was a very intentional choice, especially the way I did it, right? Now, it was intentional for all of us for very different reasons. But one of my reasons was how I felt sitting here last year in this crowd, knowing that tough decisions had to be made because of the unfortunate hand we've been dealt by the state. And make no mistake, we are in this position primarily because of the state funding formula and the decisions made in Trenton. But also feeling like there were so many unanswered questions as to why certain decisions were made over others when figuring out how to balance the budget. Pieces seemed to be missing, and I didn't feel like every stone was overturned. What I've learned is that there isn't much different for me about that feeling sitting here on this side of the table versus sitting over there. The difference now is I'm in a position to render my approval or not on crucially important issues for our children and our town, and I cannot co-sign anything without feeling like I have all the information and proper time for conversation and vetting. My position tonight is a reflection of my disappointment in how information specifically on finance, on district finance and operations is disseminated among the board. We received a brief summary on a couple of items from Dr. Smith on Thursday night, but it was in no way a full report out on all that is up for decision tonight, even if it is the tentative budget. Every question I've asked and answered has inevitably led to more questions, and I will need more time and more information to give proper due diligence to these district-changing, life-altering decisions that the community trusts us to make.
Thank you, Ms. Butramowicz. Would any other board members like to speak? Seeing none, Mr. Yates, roll call, please.
Roll call on finance and operations, Mr. Brown.
Yes to 9.1 to 9.11, no to 9.12, and yes to the rest.
So no to 912, is that correct?
Yes.
And yes.
That's
to the
correct.
rest. Thank you. Your no to 912, yes to the rest. Noted, Ms. Butramowicz.
Yes to 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, sorry, just easier this way, 9.4 and 5, 6 and 7 and 8. Abstain from 9.9 because I don't know what we're voting on there. No, abstain from 9.10. Yes to 9.11. No to 9.12 and no to 9.13.
Your abstention to 9.9, 9.10, no to 9.12, and 9.13 is noted. Mr. DeMarcy.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
Mrs. Knoll.
I'm gonna take my time here because I gotta get it right. I'm going to say yes to 9.1 through 9.9, abstain on 9.10, yes to 9.11, no to 9.12, no to 913. And 914 says new agenda item, and there's nothing there, so I don't know what
Right,
to say on that.
It's a clerical mistake. We'll fix that later.
Okay.
9:1 through 9:13 are the action items. You abstained from 9:10. You said you voted no to 9:12 and 9:13. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Peelman?
Yes to 9:1 through 9:11, no to 9:12 and 9:13.
You voted no to 9:12 and 9:13, and yes to the rest. Mr. Bach?
Yes.
Mr. Compton?
Yes.
That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. Moving to item 10, personnel, we need a motion to approve items 10.1 through 10.10. Do we have a motion? Motion by Mr. Thompson, seconded by Mr. DeMarcy. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, Mr. Yates, roll call, please.
Roll call on personnel. Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Butcher-Mowitz?
Yes.
Mr. DeMarcy?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Mrs. Knoll?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Peelman?
Yes.
Mr. Bach?
Yes.
Mr. Compton?
Yes.
That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. Moving to item 11, policy. Do we have a motion for items 11.1 through 11.3? Motion by Mrs. Knoll, seconded by Mr. Thompson. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, Mr. Yates, roll call, please.
On policy, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Butcher-Mowitz?
Yes.
Mr. DeMarcy?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Mrs. Knoll?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Peelman?
Yes.
Mr. Bach?
Yes.
Mr. Compton?
Yes.
That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. Moving to item 12, committee reports. Are there any committee chairs who would like to share a report? Seeing none, we will move to old business, of which we have none. Moving to item 14, new business. We need a motion to approve and uphold the finding of no hib in the matter discussed in executive session. Do we have a motion? Motion by Mr. Thompson, seconded by Mrs. Knoll. Mr. Yates, roll call, please.
Roll call on new business item 14, upholding the finding of no hib. Mr. Brown?
Abstain.
Ms. Butcher-Mowitz?
Yes.
Mr. DeMarcy?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Abstain.
Mrs. Knoll?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Peelman?
Yes.
Mr. Bach?
Yes.
Mr. Compton?
Yes.
That motion carries.
Every single one of you that accepted this budget after hearing this through, you should all be ashamed.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. Moving to item 16, board member announcements. Are there any board members who would like to share an announcement? Seeing none, motion to adjourn.
Can we go home?
Motion by Mr. Thompson, seconded by Ms. Fox. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.